The old dogman I befriended. Dear Scary Stories NYC. I never thought I'd end up living alone on a farm in rural Wisconsin, but after my husband passed away, that's exactly where I found myself. I won't bore you with the details about how I got there, but that was the end result. At first I was scared and lonely, but eventually I got used to the quiet and the peace that came with living out in the country. One day while I was working out in the garden I had started in the back, I heard a strange noise coming from the edge of the woods. It sounded to me like a boy crying, but it also didn't, and I became intensely curious to find the source. I followed the sound and stumbled upon a creature I'd only heard about in stories. A dogman. He must have been over 9 feet tall, and he was covered in fur, with sharp teeth and claws that looked like they could tear me apart in seconds. But he didn't seem interested in doing anything like that. As I got closer, I saw that there was something stuck in his paw. It turned out to be a thorn, and I know how painful those can be. So, in spite of my fear, I approached the dogman and I pulled the thorn out. To my surprise, the creature didn't attack me. I'm a pretty small woman, and I suppose I just didn't intimidate him in any way, so he allowed me to perform duties as his nurse. Instead of biting my hand off, which he had a large enough snout to do, he licked my hand and wagged his tail like a giant puppy. From that moment on, we became friends. Imagine a tiny old lady, 5'1", and an 8 or 9 foot tall behemoth coming to care about each other. If you can imagine that, then you can imagine me and Biggie. Yeah, I named him Biggie, although I had never heard of Biggie Smalls in those days. I actually have a CD of his rap music now, though. I'd like to listen to it because it reminds me of my Biggie, who was a lovely old fellow and became a trusted and loyal friend. I started leaving food out for my big guy by the edge of the woods, and he would sometimes come up to the house to visit me. It was a strange friendship, but one that brought me comfort and companionship in a time that might have otherwise been filled with great sadness. People in town thought I was crazy when I told them about my dogman friend, but I didn't care. I knew the dogman was real, and that he was kind and gentle, at least when he was around me. You know, the two of us spent a whole decade together, and even now, as I sit here telling his story, I can't help but smile at the memories of my dear friend. I remember the time that we had that big storm hit us. What year was that? I hadn't been listening to the weather, and the dogman and I were out back playing fetch when the wind started kicking up, and the day went as dark as night. I turned on the radio, heard about the storm, and realized I not only needed to take shelter, but I needed to find shelter for big old Biggie, too. I hastily made my way down to the basement and called out to the dogman to follow me. However, as I looked back, I saw that his large frame was struggling to fit through the narrow entrance to the basement. I tried to coax him, but he wouldn't budge. I knew he had to get inside or we would be in serious trouble. I had to climb the stairs up to my kitchen, go outside and around the back where Biggie was stuck in the entrance to my basement. I closed my eyes, braced myself, and prepared to shove him through and down the stairs. With all my might, I pushed him forward, and he finally managed to squeeze through. We were both out of breath, but relieved to have made it. The storm raged on around us and above us, the winds howling, and the lights flickering on and off. But we were safe in the basement, sharing the space, and trying to stay calm. I petted the dogman as we waited for the storm to pass, grateful that we were together, and that we were making it through this difficult moment. Sometimes weathering a storm with someone can cause you to bond together. Not always, as I learned with my blood relatives, but with me and Dogman, that was the case. I always wondered how old he was. He was clearly an older version of whatever his species was, but who exactly knows what a dogman even is? So, did that mean he was 10 years old when I met him? 20? Or do they live lifespans more like human beings do? Could he have been 50 or 60 when I met him, maybe? Could he have been my age? Or older? I'll never know. But he became a true friend in the same sense that your family dog does. Except he did not generally sleep indoors. He was just too big. I don't think he enjoyed being inside anyway, as he always wanted to go out the second any storm ended, and he never wanted to go inside unless a storm had started. I remember this one time when I was hiking with the Dogman. The scenery was breathtaking, and the air was crisp and refreshing. However, my peaceful hike was abruptly interrupted by a startling noise. I turned my head to see a massive grizzly bear charging toward me, and I froze in fear. Just when I thought my fate was sealed, my friendly Dogman partner Biggie appeared out of nowhere and started barking ferociously at the grizzly bear. Big Grizz immediately stopped in its tracks and started backing away cautiously. The Dogman rose up from its forelegs to 2, and then so did the bear. They were about equal height on their hind legs, at least from my short little point of view. Biggie was fighting for his friend, though. He was fighting for me, and he continued to bark and snarl while circling around the bear, eventually scaring it away. As soon as old Grizz was out of sight, the Dogman trotted back up to me and gave me a playful bark as if to say, "Did you see that, human? I got your back." Believe me, he got lots of attention and pets for the rest of that day. I gave him half my dinner. I felt so grateful to have him around. The entire world had rejected me and sent me to the woods to die alone, but this singular beast had made my life fuller than it ever had been when I lived in the city. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. It was a good thing I had a friendly Dogman around. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to me that day. From that moment on, I felt safe knowing I had a trusty companion by my side, ready to defend me against any other unexpected danger that might come our way. You know, I'm smiling as I write this, and I smile whenever I think of him. My dear friend and loyal companion, my Dogman. He was more than just a pet or an animal to me. He was a true friend, in every sense of the word. There was something about his soulful eyes and his wagging tail that just drew me in. He became a constant companion on my walks, and soon we were exploring the woods together, chasing each other through the grass, wrestling on the ground. We had so much fun together, and I will always cherish those memories of long sunny afternoons spent basking in each other's company. He was always up for any adventure or silly game that I came up with, and he never tired of my affection. Watching him run and play in the woods brought me endless joy, and I knew he felt the same way about me. He would always follow me wherever I went, his tail held high with excitement, and his joyful barks trailing behind him. As the years went on, our friendship deepened, and even as I grew older and grayer, he remained energetic and full of life. I will always cherish the memories I have of him, the happy times we shared, and the unconditional love that he gave me every day. Although he's no longer with me, I still feel his presence in my life, and I know that he's watching over me from wherever he may be. My Dogman may have been just a dog to some, but to me he was a dear, dear friend, and I will never forget the joy that he brought into my life. One night I gave my good friend a big hug and a kiss, and I let him wander off into the woods that were his home. But this time, he never came back, and I never saw him again. I know he was old, and I expect he knew it was his time to go, but since I never saw it happen, I like to imagine that he's just too busy having fun to come back to his good friend who loves him so much. And I know that soon it'll be my time to join him. Of all the people I've known, I really only want to see my husband and Biggie again, and I hope that they are there waiting for me, because I know my time is coming soon. Of all the people I've known, I really only want to see my husband and Biggie again. I hope that they are there waiting for me, because I know my time is coming soon. My life could have had a sad ending, but instead I had years and years of fun, thanks to one of the best friends anyone could ever hope to have. Thanks to the North American upright walking canid, or Dogman. When life's a no, she's a yes. When stuff gets you down, then there's CS. Please join me in thanking today's executive producer and supervising producer, CS, for donating food money to the cause to keep the shows coming as YouTube drops our earnings down to a microscopic level. At the same time, food prices are soaring. It's really become hard to afford to feed myself and the cats, so that also makes it hard to get the show done as well for some reason. And it makes me wonder if I should be in a different profession too. It's only the people like CS who keep me here and keep the channel going. I admit, I'm praying for some guidance and some good luck. And so far CS is still here, so I suppose my prayers are being answered. I thought I was too good for my werewolf cop husband. Dear Scary Stories NYC, being married to a werewolf police officer is certainly not something I ever imagined for myself. But here we are, 5 years into our marriage, and I can honestly say that it has been one hell of a ride. First of all, I never believed in cryptids ever in my life. I didn't believe in Bigfoot, Nessie, aliens, and I most certainly didn't believe in werewolves. I mean, come on. Additionally, there was a time when I was very anti-cop. I was all about defunding the police years before it became a popular mantra. I could never have imagined that I would be married to a cop in the future. But I really didn't understand what cops did, to be honest. I just thought they were a bunch of fascist bullies telling the rest of us how to live our lives. But then I personally experienced crime firsthand, and that sobered up my perspective quite drastically. I'll never forget the night I was confronted by a quartet of knife-wielding muggers. I was walking home from work when they jumped out from an alley and demanded my purse. Terrified, I handed it over, thinking that they would then leave me alone. Instead, this seemed to send them on a power trip, and they started to get even more aggressive, shoving me around. Suddenly, from out of the darkness, there's no other way to put it, but a werewolf in police uniform appeared. I mean that literally. There was a dog-headed man in a full police uniform, which is something you don't see every day. Actually, I do see it every day, but most people don't. The muggers turned to face the handsome and brave werewolf, but he was too quick for them. In just a matter of seconds, he had taken down all four, leaving them writhing in pain on the ground. The first mugger came at him with a knife, but my future husband was too quick for him. He dodged the knife and punched the mugger in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Then he turned and faced the other three, who were looking more and more nervous by the second, believe me. My future husband let out a low growl, which seemed to unsettle the muggers even further. Then, in a flash, he charged toward them, leaping through the air with incredible force. He tackled the closest mugger to the ground, punching him repeatedly in the face, until he stopped moving. The other two muggers backed away, looking for an escape route, but my husband wasn't about to let them go. He chased after them, catching them off guard, and knocking them down with a couple of well-placed kicks. The way my future husband took down those four muggers that night, it was like watching a scene from a superhero movie. With all four muggers subdued, my husband turned to face me, a smile on his canine face. He was covered in blood and dirt, but he looked more alive than I've ever seen any creature. The thing that always amazes me most about my husband is the incredible strength and speed that he displays in werewolf form. He's like a force in nature, unstoppable and unbreakable. And yet he is also incredibly gentle and caring, especially when it comes to those he loves. That night, he showed me how brave and heroic he could be, and I fell in love with him before I even knew what he actually looked like. He may be a werewolf, but he's also a kind, compassionate, and selfless human being. I feel so fortunate to be married to him, and to witness the incredible things he's capable of every single day. Yes, so now I'm grateful, but back then, I was in shock. I couldn't believe what I'd just witnessed. But when the werewolf turned to face me, he morphed back in seconds, revealing his human form. Man, it was love at first sight. I mean, love at second sight, for the second time in a minute. He was tall, muscular, and ruggedly handsome in both forms, with piercing blue eyes and a crooked smile that made my knees go weak. We talked for a while, standing there in the middle of the street, surrounded by unconscious muggers, and I found myself drawn to him in a way I had never experienced before. Maybe that was because nobody ever saved my life before. He was brave, selfless, and confident, all qualities I never realized I admired. I had thought I wanted a feminist man who would accept my innate superiority, and yet somehow I found myself falling for this male chauvinist type personality who held doors open for me and paid for my dinner and all these corny old-fashioned things that I used to think represented the patriarchy. After that night, the werewolf cop and I started dating, and I fell in love with him more every day. As we got to know each other, he confided in me about his werewolf abilities and his work as a police officer. He told me which of his cop bosses knew about the werewolf and which thought it was just a rumor. Some of the police empowered him to do what he was doing, and they helped him keep his identity from the bosses who would have shut him down. I listened with an open mind and an open heart, fascinated by this aspect of him that I never knew existed outside of old scary movies or Batman comic books. 5 years later, we're still together, and I still feel the same way about him as I did that very first night we met. He's my hero, my rock, and my soulmate. And I feel grateful every single day that he walked, or rather leaped, into my life when he did. Sometimes when he's at work and I sit home alone, I make up lists of all the things I love about him. My 10 favorite things that he whispers to me. My 10 favorite things he says to cheer me up. Things like that. Here's my list of the 10 ways that my husband's lycanthropic or werewolf tendencies have made my life all the more interesting. Number 1, and this is number 1, our sex life is never dull. Let's just say that my husband's increased strength and stamina in werewolf form has led to some pretty intense moments in the bedroom. 2, our house is always secure. With my husband's enhanced senses in werewolf form, there's no way anyone could sneak into our house undetected. 3, we never miss a full moon. Instead of fearing the full moon, we celebrate it. It's the only time of the month when he has no choice but to change into the wolf, and watching my husband transform into his wolf form is a sight to behold. Number 4, I have a built-in protector. With my husband's heightened senses and physical abilities, I always feel safe when I'm with him. I guess this is a variation on number 2, but I'm leaving it on the list anyway. Number 5, my husband never gets sick. With his werewolf healing abilities, my husband never gets sick and recovers from injuries much more quickly than the average person. Number 6, our dog never gets lonely. Our dog loves being around my husband in either form, and having a werewolf for a master means he never lacks for exercise or attention. Number 7, we rarely need a flashlight. When we go camping or hiking, my husband's night vision comes in handy. Number 8, we never run out of firewood. My husband's werewolf strength means he can easily chop wood, which has come in handy during power outages. Number 9, our nieces and nephews have a fun uncle. They think it's pretty cool that their uncle can turn into a wolf. Number 10, we never need to hire a caterer. My husband's werewolf form has a ravenous appetite, which means he always loves cooking and eating large meals with our friends and family. He hunts also, so we always have so much venison that we have to give large parts of it away. All in all, being married to a werewolf police officer has been a wild ride. It has had its challenges, but obviously I wouldn't trade it for anything. I love my husband, both in his human and werewolf form, and I feel grateful to be married to such an interesting and unique guy. Before I met my husband, like I told you, I thought I disliked police officers. I thought they were all power-hungry and corrupt, and I often felt nervous around them. But then I met my husband, and my entire perspective changed. First of all, my man is the farthest thing from power-hungry. He joined the police force because he genuinely wants to make a difference in people's lives. He's one of the most compassionate and empathetic people I've ever met. Secondly, my husband's integrity is unmatched. He always does the right thing, even when it's not the easy or the popular choice. He's the type of person who always wants to uphold justice and always wants to do what's fair. Lastly, my husband's werewolf abilities have given him a unique perspective on the world. He's seen the darkest corners of humanity, both as a police officer and as a werewolf. His experiences have given him a deep sense of empathy and compassion toward those who are marginalized or facing their own struggles. All of these reasons, coupled with the fact that I love my husband more than anything in the world, have completely changed my perspective on police officers. I have a newfound respect for them and the difficult, often thankless work that they do to keep us safe. So while I thought I disliked police officers before I met my husband, I now know that they can be some of the most selfless and compassionate people out there. Now, while I'm not saying that all cops or all werewolves are nice guys, I do have to say, ladies, that you should not turn a guy down for a date just because he's a cop or because he's a werewolf. And if you find a sweet guy who holds the door for you, that's both a cop and a werewolf, honey, then you do what I did. You marry his ass on the spot before someone else snaps him away from you. That's coming from me. And I thought I was too good for my werewolf cop husband. Oh, he's a sweet talker, that Timothy Walker. There's no better than him, that Godzilla Tim. Please join me in thanking the great Godzilla Tim from Great Britain, who has donated to us once again. Another 20 pounds, on top of the 20 pounds he donated just the other day. This is a man among men. This is a man who is keeping us on the air almost single-handedly. If you like this show, please thank Godzilla Tim Walker, because he's one of the 3 or 4 people who have made sure that we stay on the air. I carried my werewolf boyfriend to safety. Dear Scary Stories NYC, I had a strange Dogman, or really I guess werewolf experience, a long time ago, when I was a young woman and men used to still chase me. I was fresh out of college only by a few months and living in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Go Packers! It was Halloween night in 1991, and I was driving my boyfriend Fred home from a party outside of Green Bay. We were trying to get back to the city where we both lived. The snow had started falling earlier in the evening, with nobody at the party paying attention to weather reports, which were warning of the worst snowstorm in decades coming our way. As we drove down the interstate, the snow had become increasingly heavier, which makes sense in retrospect because Green Bay got hit with 29 inches of snow that night, at least according to Google. It already was starting to pile up on the highway, and the visibility was pretty bad. As I drove, I found myself going much slower than normal. Fred was starting to get nervous, constantly checking the road conditions and looking out the window. He kept urging me to pull off the highway onto a local road that would lead us back to town, but I was nervous about driving on unfamiliar roads in those conditions. "We should pull off here and take the back roads," Fred said urgently. "It's safer and there'll be less traffic." "Fred, I'm not sure that's a good idea," I replied hesitantly. "We don't really have any idea what those roads are like in this weather, and I don't want to get lost." Fred was getting more agitated by the minute, and I could tell he was really anxious. I had never seen him like this. A little bit of snow shouldn't cause such an extreme reaction, at least not in a mature adult. I had been considering inviting Fred up to my place that night to weather the snowstorm together, but if he was going to freak out like this, then maybe we should break up instead. "It's okay, Freddy," I said calmly. "We'll be home soon enough and we'll be safe." I was trying to act like his mommy because I thought that would calm him, but I have to admit I prefer men who can take care of themselves. His whimpering drew my sympathy, but it was also a big turnoff. As we made our way down the highway, I tried my best to keep my fidgety Fred calm and to keep myself focused. The snow was falling harder and visibility was getting worse. And just then, Fred started screaming, which made me scream too and almost lose control of the vehicle. Despite my fear, I managed to steer the car back onto the road, but the snow was making it harder and harder to see. I gripped the steering wheel tight, and my knuckles turned white as I tried to keep that car on the road. Fred, on the other hand, was transforming into something he couldn't control. His muscles bulged, and his hair grew thicker as whatever kind of attack this was took over. I could see the terror in his eyes, and I knew I had to do something to help him. I didn't know what was happening to him, but I wanted to make a U-turn and head back to a hospital that we had just passed. I thought he might be having some kind of epileptic fit, as there was now foam coming out of his mouth as his eyes rolled back into his head. I screamed at Fred to stop doing that, which I know makes no sense, but hey, he was scaring me, okay? I saw things happen that you see in horror movies, but this was live action, in the passenger seat next to me, in real time. The guy's body changed. He changed. He had fur everywhere but his eyeballs, whereas this had been a clean-shaven kid just a minute earlier. His very skull had changed shape, and it wouldn't fit a hat now. His mouth was not going to be able to whisper sweet nothings in my ear any longer either, as it was now a dog-shaped mouth. In fact, it looked like there was a dog-shaped man howling in pain next to me. Or that's what the situation slowly morphed into. It was the most horrifying thing you can imagine, with bodily fluids all over the interior of my car. I thought at points that someone invisible was exploiting my boyfriend and cracking every bone in his body. I had a different theory for what was going on every 3 or 4 seconds, as I kept seeing something I had never seen before, and I kept having to come up with ideas as to how to explain any of it logically. When the attack finished, and Fred seemed to stop changing his very physical form itself, he turned to me, and I swear I was looking at some kind of a man-sized silver wolf. Or maybe I should go ahead and call him a wolfman, or a dogman. I thought he had a beautiful face, and it did weirdly remind me of Fred. I felt an instant link or bond to him when I looked in old Fred's eyes, and so I reached out to touch him lightly on his fur. Fred objected to this, and he literally tried to bite my hand. I screamed and pulled my hand back, accidentally falling into the steering wheel, beeping loudly, and losing control of the car on the icy road. I remember us speeding diagonally sideways into a wall of snow, and then a period of time is missing for me. I woke up in a daze, feeling disoriented and confused. My head was pounding, and my vision was blurred. As I looked around, I saw that I was in the driver's seat of my car, and it had slammed into a snowbank. The airbag had deployed, and everything inside the car was in shambles. But my concern quickly turned to my boyfriend Fred, who was sitting next to me, slumped over and unmoving in the darkness. I could hear his heavy breathing, as though he were unconscious. But as I turned to look at him more closely, and tried to focus my double vision a little better, I was shocked to see that Fred wasn't there at all. Instead, in his place, there was a large beast-like creature that I had never seen before, with shaggy silver fur, a long canine face, and he was wearing Fred's clothing, which was a little worse for wear. I froze, my heart racing, as I realized that I was face to face with a dogman. It seemed so unreal and impossible, yet there it was, snoring jaggedly as it slept beside me. Panic gripped me as I tried to make sense out of what was happening. Was this some kind of dream, an illusion, brought on by the stress of the crash? I pinched myself, hoping that I would wake up and find that everything was back to normal. But the dogman remained, its breathing steady and reassuring in its own weird way. As my thoughts raced, I figured that I must be hallucinating. Maybe I had hit my head in the crash and was suffering from some kind of brain injury. I struggled to control my breathing, hoping that if I calmed down, the dogman would disappear and Fred would be back beside me. But the harder I tried to make sense of things, the more distressing it all seemed. I was trapped in the car with a terrifying monster, my boyfriend nowhere to be found. Fear and confusion washed over me in waves as my mind raced, considering every possible explanation for what was happening. Slowly the memories started to come back in little sparked up flashes. I remember seeing his snout shoot out, just like an American werewolf in London, but with more mucus and pus and nastiness. I remember the fear in his eyes as he transformed, as he must have been just as scared as I was. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. One moment Fred was his usual clean-cut, nervous self. The next, he had transformed into something completely unrecognizable. It happened so quickly, in probably only a minute. Less time than my microwave takes to boil water. As he sat there in the passenger seat, his hands gripped tightly on the dashboard, I noticed Fred's body begin to shake. At first I assumed it was just nerves, but as the shaking grew more violent, I knew something was really wrong. Then his skin began to ripple and contort, like something was moving beneath the surface. Strands of dark hair sprouted from his arms. His face elongated, and his nose protruded into a snout. His ears grew large and furry, and started to taper to a point. Suddenly his form grew, and filled the entire seat. I watched in horror, as his fingers turned into giant paws, with razor-sharp claws, and his teeth began to protrude from his mouth like deadly weapons. He growled and snarled, saliva dripping from his jaws, as he stared at me, with wild, amber eyes. I had no idea what to do. My heart was pounding, as I tried to wrap my head around what was happening. Fred had turned into some sort of feral creature, and I was trapped in the car with him. It was a sight that I'd never forget. I had seen my man turn into a beast before my very eyes, and that was why I had lost control of the vehicle. Now that I remembered what had happened, I had to figure out what to do about it. Looking at my sleeping werewolf boyfriend, I realized he was probably badly injured. His leg was trapped under the dashboard. I knew we had to get out of there fast, but the snow had piled up around the car, making it difficult to open the doors. Determined to free him, I used all my strength to pry open the car door. It was a struggle, but I finally managed to get it open. I then unbuckled his seatbelt and pulled him out of the car. That dog was heavy, but I didn't care. I had to get him to safety. I guess he was probably lighter in dog form anyway. I remembered seeing that hospital nearby when we were driving, and I knew that was where we had to go. Struggling to carry Dog Fred over my back, I started to make my way to the hospital, trudging through the thick snow. Fred was breathing his dog breath in my face and slobbering on my shoulder the entire way. It was a grueling journey, but I refused to give up. My adrenaline was pumping, and my determination to save my boyfriend, that's what kept me going. At one point, some drunk guys were there. I don't remember the context, as a lot of this feels a bit dreamlike when I remember it. They were hassling us, not offering the help, and I remember them saying something about how realistic my boyfriend's Halloween costume was. They kept poking him in the back, saying they were looking for the zipper. Eventually their poking woke up my injured werewolf boyfriend. He jumped off my back, growling and snarling. Those drunken jerks took off running, and then Fred collapsed to the ground, having used up all his energy in those few seconds of scaring the men off. Then, right there on the ground in front of me, I watched the transformation back, from animal to man, and then finally back to Fred, whatever it was that he was. I picked the scrawny guy up and carried him to the hospital. With every step, I repeated my mantra to keep myself going, and that mantra was, we are breaking up with him as soon as he's healed. We are breaking up with him as soon as he's healed, and so on. Finally, we reached the hospital, and I was able to get Fred the medical attention that he so desperately needed. After he was taken care of, I collapsed on a bench, exhausted, but relieved that he was going to be okay. when some guy in a lab coat came over with a clipboard asking me questions about Fred. I told him that we had been in a car accident. And then the next thing you knew, the floor rose up really fast and whacked me in the face. The next time I woke up, I was in a hospital bed, and again it took me a while to remember how I got there. As I sat in bed with double vision, I reflected on what had just happened. It was a scary experience, one that I never wanted to go through again. But in that moment, I was grateful for my strength and determination, which had allowed me to save both my life and my boyfriend's life too. Also, the state of shock that kept me from passing out. I definitely have to give a big shout out to the state of shock. It kept me from feeling how badly I was hurt, and somehow kept my vision clear enough to get us both to the hospital in time to save our lives. Breaking up with Fred was never going to be easy. He was always so needy and clingy, desperate for attention and affection from anyone who would give it to him. It was the reason I had stayed with him for so long, trying to be the one person who could make Fred feel loved and secure. I was actually thinking about getting more serious with him. I was trying to envision a future for both of us together. But when I found out that Fred was a werewolf, a real, genuine creature of the night, that changed everything. It was a scene out of a horror movie. When I saw him change in front of my eyes, his body morphing into something monstrous and wild. At first I tried to act like I could ignore all this, telling myself that everybody has something messed up about them. But deep down I knew the truth, that Fred himself was something far beyond what I could ever comprehend. The problem was that despite everything, I still loved the guy. It was like a part of me couldn't let go of the idea of being with him, no matter how insane or dangerous it seemed. We did not break up right after the accident. In fact, we stuck it out for quite a while longer, because I'm so afraid of conflict, and I am also afraid of werewolves. For weeks I struggled with the decision, going back and forth in my head about what I should do. On the one hand, I knew that Fred was a ticking time bomb, a creature of uncontrollable rage and destruction. I still felt that I was the only one who could save him, the only one who could love him enough to bring him back from the brink. But even my love was getting stretched thin. In the end, it all became too much. The stress of trying to keep our relationship a secret, the constant fear of what might happen if things went wrong. Yeah, it was too overwhelming. So I did the only thing I could do. I broke up with him. It wasn't easy, and he fought back hard, insisting that we were meant to be together forever. But I knew the truth, that he was a werewolf, and I could never be with him without putting my own life in danger. It was a painful and difficult decision, but one that I knew deep down was the right thing to do. I knew that breaking up with him was the only way to keep both of us safe. The trouble was, that first breakup didn't take. I mean, I never went back to Fred, but Fred never really let me go in his mind. He would haunt the places we used to go, so I would have to find other places for myself. Soon enough, he would figure out my new places and he'd go there, sitting in the corner, staring at me with a sad face. It all came to a head when Fred showed up at a restaurant that I was on a date in. I suppose it could have been a coincidence, but I knew it wasn't. The guy I was seeing that night went over and had a quiet talk with Fred that I couldn't overhear. The next thing I knew, Fred was screaming in rage, and I watched him change into that wolfman again, much faster than I had seen in the car. Back then he was trying to hold it back. This time he flew into a rage at whatever my date had said, and that caused the change to happen within seconds. Food was flying, tables were being knocked over, and people were running away once Fred became the werewolf again. In fact, it was such a scary sight that my date joined the women and children running out the front door. I was in shock. The man I thought I knew had turned into a beast before my very eyes. The people in the restaurant were still screaming as Fred snarled and bared his teeth at me. My date was long gone, and now Fred had the nerve to threaten me. You can't tell me you love me one minute, then bare your teeth at me the next. There's a disconnect between those two. Fred saw how unhappy I was, and even in his werewolf form, he got all weepy, which caused him to wimp back into his human form. Fred was still whining and apologizing when the police arrived and took him away in handcuffs. I didn't know what to do or where to turn. I was traumatized by the whole experience, and I couldn't believe that the man I once loved could turn out to be such a complete loser. Over the next few weeks, Fred was released from jail and continued to try and contact me. He would leave me voicemails crying and begging for forgiveness, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. I needed time to heal and to process everything that had happened. I eventually moved out of town, hoping that a change of scenery would help me forget about the terrible things that had happened. It was a difficult and expensive decision to make, but it was what was for the best. Looking back, I realized that I had ignored a lot of red flags in Fred's behavior. His possessiveness and neediness had been warning signs that I had dismissed. I learned a valuable lesson about the importance of paying attention to those signs in the future. That having been said, I never had a guy fight for me the way Fred has. When I sit alone in my new home, I sometimes wonder where Fred is or what he's doing. I start to second guess what I did. Maybe being the wife of a jealous dogman wouldn't have been all that bad. But then I sober up, and I feel certain that I made the right decision. I am grateful for the love and support of family and friends, and I know that eventually I will start to feel like myself again. I know that I will never forget about Fred and what happened, but I think I'm ready to move on and start a new chapter in my life. Even though I carried my werewolf boyfriend to safety. Godzilla Tim, we thank him. He's one sweet talker, that Timothy Walker. Please join me in thanking Godzilla Tim Walker, who just sent us a nice super thanks. Or no, actually he donated to us using our paypal.me/PeterBernard209 page, which is linked to in the description of every one of our YouTube videos. Thank you, Godzilla Tim. You're one of our most important and kindest benefactors, and we would have been offline long ago if not for your generosity. Grandma's motorcycle riding werewolf boyfriend. Dear Scary Stories NYC. My grandma Pearl was a wild woman. She dated a motorcycle riding gang member before she dated my grandpa, and we've since learned that she continued to cut away and have a sneaky romance with that motorcycle guy for almost 2 decades while she was married to Grandpa. Somehow, it seems that a number of Grandma's belongings ended up in the attic of my cousin Elwood, who recently passed, and we've been going through it, learning much about our family that none of us had ever known before. The reason we think you might be interested in all of this is that the motorcycle guy that Grandma dated apparently identified as a werewolf. I had seen a video you made earlier about a similar subject, so I thought this would be right up your alley. Now, what I mainly want to send you, and what I've spent nearly a month transcribing so far, is an unfinished, handwritten book, pieced together by hand page by page, and apparently written in a Kerouacian stream of consciousness format. Grandma would write a chapter, then her werewolf lover would write the next, and so forth. The chapters can be as short as 200 or 300 words, so it's almost like poetry or shared storytelling at points. I've tried to narrow it down a bit, and taken out some of the more personal material. I mainly want to include the discussions of being a werewolf or dating a werewolf that I think might be more interesting to your audience than some of the other more personal content. Now, the whole book looks like it was taped together by hand, and as I said, it goes back and forth between the two of them. I'll head up her chapters or pages by saying her, and when it's about to be him writing, I'll tell you that. Ready? Let's go back in time to before any of us were born, when my late grandmother was 17 or 18 years old, and convinced she was in love with a bad boy motorcycle marauder. She dates the first entry May 6, 1947, but she rarely dates any succeeding entries. Okay, her. I remember the first day I saw him riding his motorcycle down the road. It was as if time had stopped. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. He had long, flowing black hair that whipped around in the wind, like a native brave that you'd see in a Western movie serial, and he had piercing green eyes. I didn't know what his race or background was, I didn't even really know that he was human. All that I did know was that I was mesmerized. It started with simple flirting, but soon enough, we were riding together on his bike to events around Wisconsin, and then surrounding states as well. It was pure magic riding with him, the wind in our hair, and the sound of that formidable engine roaring beneath us. For almost 6 months we were like that, simply enjoying each other's company on the road. I was always there at his side, but we were actually still just friends, and he was far more gentle than I had expected. Far more than I think I wanted him to be, actually. It felt like he was holding back when we were alone. It always seemed like he had something to tell me that he hadn't yet. And then, one night, something changed. He took me to a secluded spot by the river, and under the moonlight, he transformed. I had never seen anything like that before. His body grew and contorted until he was no longer a man, but a great, furry beast. It was such a surreal sight, it almost felt like a dream. It started with his long black hair, growing thicker and bushier, covering his bare chest. I could see his already considerable muscles bulging even further as he shook, his entire body undergoing a violent metamorphosis. His face elongated into a canine snout, his teeth sharpened into fangs, as his eyes glowed a bright green. But what surprised me the most was how I felt about the transformation. I was overjoyed, ecstatic even, witnessing the immense power and beauty of this creature before me. I knew deep down that it was still my loving boyfriend inside. As he grew in size, standing at an immense 8 feet tall, I couldn't help but admire him. His fur was so soft and velvety, and the way his muscles rippled under it was a sight to behold. His claws were sharp and gleaming in the moonlight, and I couldn't resist reaching out to stroke his fur. He let out a powerful howl, and I felt my heart soar with happiness. I knew that this was the man I loved, no matter what form he assumed. We spent the rest of the night by the river, enjoying each other's company, as he ran around in his werewolf form. I had heard stories of werewolves before, of course, but to see one in the flesh was both terrifying and exhilarating. My heart raced, but at the same time, I was fascinated. As he stood before me in his new form, I couldn't decide which I found more appealing, his human form with its rugged good looks and chiseled jawline, or his werewolf form with its raw power and sheer physical presence. We eventually became an item, but I had already fallen in love with him. He was my perfect match, in whatever shape he took. I loved being with him on his bike, loved feeling the wind whip around us as we took to the road, but equally I loved simply sitting at home with him, in his human form, just talking and laughing together. He's the most incredible person I've ever known. I feel fortunate to know him, and maybe even more fortunate to be loved by him. As I felt the power of the full moon coursing through my veins, my body began to change. My bones cracked and stretched, lengthening and reshaping into something new. My skin sprouted a thick coat of fur, as claws burst forth from my fingertips, and sharp teeth filled my mouth. It was a violent transformation, a painful one, but at the same time, it felt like coming home. I felt my senses sharpening, my vision clearing. Sounds that had been muted in my human form were suddenly vivid and clear, the sense of the world filling my nostrils. I felt my muscles bulging, my breath coming in short, fierce pants as I stood there, breathing in the night air. I now was the night, a fierce predator, a wolfman. As the night wore on, I prowled through the woods, hunting and howling at the moon. The power of my new body was overwhelming, and I reveled in it, embracing the savage nature that had been unleashed within me. But as dawn began to approach, I knew it was time to return to my human form. And so, with a deep breath, I began to force my body to change again. The fur receded, my claws and teeth shrinking back into my body. My bones shifted and realigned, the transformation back to human form just as painful and intense as the first. Finally, I stood there, shivering, my heart pounding in my chest. But at the same time, I felt a sense of satisfaction, of fulfillment, of being complete. And as I turned toward her, I could see the same pleasure in her eyes that I felt. "Wow," she breathed, running her hands over my chest and down my arms. "That was incredible. I can't believe I got to watch you transform like that." I smiled, feeling a wave of contentment wash over me. "It's a part of who I am, and thanks to you," I told her, "I could finally embrace it." We stood there, basking in the afterglow of my transformation, both of us still in awe of the power that had been unleashed. And as we headed back towards civilization, we knew that this was just the beginning of our journey together. Her. I was raised to be a God-fearing woman, attending church every Sunday and following every teaching. But ever since I met my motorcycle-riding werewolf boyfriend, I find myself behaving in whatever way might please him. It's not like I've abandoned my faith entirely, but I haven't been to church since we started dating. I've waited outside while he committed crimes inside, something I never thought I would do. It's like I'm a completely different person when I'm with him. I've abandoned my upbringing to make myself a more suitable werewolf mate, and sometimes I question my own behavior. But when I'm with him, I feel alive like I never have before. That animal side of him is something I crave, even though it's completely opposite to everything I was raised to believe in. It's like I can't resist him. We talked about getting married, and I can't help but think about how different my life will be from what I thought it would be like. I never imagined myself being with a werewolf, let alone waiting outside while he broke the law. I know I need to find a way to reconcile my upbringing with my current life, but I just don't know how. Part of me feels guilty, but another part of me just wants to embrace this new life and forget everything that I was taught. It's a difficult, internal struggle, one that I can't seem to shake off. I don't know where my life is headed, but I do know that I'm in love with a werewolf, and that fact alone changes everything I thought I knew about myself and my future. Him. I am a werewolf gang member, born and raised on the open road on the back of a motorcycle. My brothers in my club are the only family I've ever needed, but that all changed when I met her. She was a good girl, innocent and pure, with a beauty that took my breath away. We were from two different worlds, but something about her drew me in and I couldn't resist. We fell in love, and now she's the only thing that matters to me. She wanted to get married before God in a church, but I knew that could never be the case for me. I was a werewolf, a creature of the night, and marrying in a church would be blasphemy. But that didn't mean I didn't want to marry her. No, I do. I want to make her like me. I want to turn her into a werewolf and make her my mate for life. I want to marry her in the eyes of nature, not God. And I want to roam the country together on our motorcycles, causing havoc wherever we go. But I knew from the start that wouldn't be an easy task. Turning someone into a werewolf is dangerous, and there's no guarantee that she'll even survive the process. But I am willing to take that risk. I love her too much to let her go. So now I ride with my gang, planning and scheming. I want us to be together forever, running free under the moonlit sky, our motorcycles roaring in unison. I know some may see me as a monster, but to her, I am her everything, and I will do everything in my power to make her mine, even if it means changing her forever. Her. Well, it seems that werewolves have a different idea of what marriage means than we humans do. I can't believe it's come to this. I, a Christian woman, am seriously considering leaving my faith and my way of life for the man I love. But he's not just any man. He's a werewolf, a real one. He wants me to be one too. God help me, I'm considering letting him have his way. At first it all seemed like fun and games. I enjoyed learning about his pagan beliefs and rituals, and I was fascinated by the idea of transforming into a wolf every full moon. It excited me to watch my man become something else right in front of my eyes. But as our relationship grew more serious, I began asking him about marriage, and he began pressuring me in turn to fully embrace his way of life. I know in my heart that what he's asking me to do is wrong. I was raised to believe in the goodness and mercy of the Lord, and I can't bear the thought of turning my back on God. But at the same time, I can't bear the thought of losing the man I love either. I pray to God every night for guidance, but the answer has yet to come to me. I feel torn between my heart and my faith, and it's tearing me apart. I don't want to disappoint my family, my church, or my God, but I can't bear the thought of losing that man. I wish there was someone I could talk to, someone who would understand my struggles and offer me guidance. But in this small town, there sure aren't many people who would understand my situation. I guess it's up to me to make the decision. I know what I should do. I should leave this man and return to my Christian faith. But my heart aches at the thought of never seeing him again. And yet, I can't just abandon everything I've ever believed in, can I? God, give me guidance. Show me the way to go. Help me make the right decision. I know that with you by my side I can face anything, even the temptation to turn my back on you. Please give me the strength to make the right choice, no matter how hard it might be. Him. My friends are pressuring me to let my Christian girlfriend go, to let her go marry a man like her, and live her normal life during the daylight hours. But then, when I happen to crave her from moon to moon, I will still be able to charm her and avail myself of her attention in return. She's normal. Let her be normal, they tell me. It's good to have alliances in the daylight world of regular people. You never know when such an alliance might save your life. I know that what they say makes sense, but to me, this is a love affair for the ages, not a calculated move to get some satisfaction. When I say things like that to my werewolf friends, though, they look at me as though I had 6 heads or something. I think they're wondering if I'm speaking gibberish or pig Latin. I'm heading for a meeting with my love right now. We have given ourselves until tonight to make our decision. Her. I made my decision while praying in church. I will tell my wolf that he can stay my friend and that he can keep in touch with me, but that I need to be free and to find a normal man and return to my Christian life. I wasn't meant to be a werewolf, and to take me away from my family would kill my mother and my aunts and my sister. I rehearsed the speech in my head for hours, and I got myself into a really serious mood about it. I assumed he would try to talk me out of it, so I was braced and ready to stop him from changing my mind. Even if he cried, I would still stand firm, because we needed to break up. But then we met near the river in the woods at our spot, and before I could say anything, he told me that it was time for me to go back to my normal Christian life. He gave me the speech that I had planned on giving him, but when he said it, everything sounded so sad and so final. I broke down in tears and I begged him not to dump me. I promised I'd be a good girlfriend, that he was more important to me than my family, or even my God. That beautiful green-eyed monster man looked at me sympathetically, but told me that I could never stop being a Christian. I was going to marry a Christian man. I was going to have Christian children and grandchildren. And then, when he had me fully weeping and begging him, he told me that, hey, I could always cheat on my husband. I was shocked, even though the husband we were discussing was entirely hypothetical. I hadn't even met a man that I wanted to marry, and I was already planning to cheat on him. It seemed so wrong. It was something that might get me sent to hell for all eternity, but I readily agreed to be the mistress of this smooth-talking, wolf-headed godling. I would be his loving servant as well. I would worship him on every occasion he gave me the opportunity. And yet I would raise a family and seem to be a normal person on the outside. I had no choice but to not only agree, but to thank him for keeping me on as a backup girlfriend. It went against everything I've ever held dear, and yet I willingly do this so that I don't lose this man from my life. There's the final entry dated some years after the first. Him. I ran into my mistress's husband in the woods this morning, and we had a most interesting conversation. He says that he has acquired all of my correspondence with his missus, and he's compiled the letters into a book of sorts. He's also taken presents given to his wife by other men that she had dalliances with, and put the entirety of it up in the attic of a relative. I asked whether she had given him permission to do such a thing, and he began to engage in fisticuffs, which, as painful as it was, at least got me to laugh. It seems the fellow wants me to write one final letter to his wife, telling her that I will no longer be sniffing around her bedroom when he's out of town. I asked the fellow why I would ever agree to such a thing, and he began to threaten my life. Again, this induced laughter in me, but he began to list names. At first I didn't really understand the meaning of those names that he was listing. I mean, I knew who these men were that he was naming, but I failed to recognize the context. Finally, the listing stopped, and he told me that all of those men had been alerted to the fact that I'm a werewolf. Now, this is most inconvenient, as my family does business with all of those gentlemen. Apparently, my options are to leave town, or to find myself in town permanently, but 6 feet under the ground of said town. As I am clearly outnumbered, I have no choice but to do what this gentleman asks. My dear, I am afraid we cannot carry on our infatuation, at least for a while. See to it that the human leaves you a large inheritance, then send out the signal to me to return. Do you doubt that I will outlive your pasty-faced husband? Weep not, my darling, for we will meet again. And that's it. That's the last page pasted into the book. Of course, now we know it was Grandpa who made the book, not Grandma. So we really don't know if she and the wolf got back together later on in life or not. I do know that Grandpa passed away in 1979, so it's not impossible. But since Grandma herself is gone, and all her belongings were gone through years ago, it doesn't seem as though there's any more evidence yet to come out about whether or not this romance really ended with the last page in that handmade book, or whether it continued on past the end of our grandfather's life. I'm not sure how I feel about it either way. I mean, I don't think the werewolf was the father of any of Grandma's children, so he doesn't really matter inside our family history, except in the sense that he was the guy who almost kept all of us from being born in the first place. I can't help but find myself full of questions for Grandma's motorcycle riding werewolf boyfriend. Yvonne Marshall on the Lizard. Yvonne Marshall, she's a wizard. Please join me in thanking today's executive producer Yvonne Marshall on the Lizard in Cornwall. Her monthly donations make this show possible, and we literally couldn't do it without people like her. Thank you so much, Yvonne. The werewolf I know and love. Dear Scary Stories NYC. My Dogman story starts as I was walking in the grove behind my house, looking for my cat Hubert, who did not seem to be anywhere in sight. As I was strolling through the trees, I heard a loud meowing sound. To my surprise, I saw my cat stranded in a tall tree on a high branch in the distance, with no apparent way of coming down. My heart was racing as I realized he was way up too high for me to reach. But that was when my racing heart saw something that made it stop short. A hairy, tall, humanoid dogman standing near that tree. I mean a legitimate monster, not a furry in a suit or anything like that. As the creature approached the tree and my Hubert, I was terrified and didn't know what to expect. But then, with an effortless reach, the Dogman pulled my cat gently out of the tree without any hassle, as I watched in amazement. I couldn't believe it. I had often heard rumors of dogmen, but never had I seen one before. He placed my cat on the ground with no fuss, and Hubert skedaddled back to me, crying and meowing about the big adventure he just had. That huge, upright canine creature looked at me for a moment, before slowly walking away into the forest. I was still in shock, and couldn't move. I watched the Dogman walk away, realizing that there was something different about it. It had the elegance of a wild animal, yet the motives of a kind-hearted human being. As I walked back home with my cat in my arms, my mind was filled with questions about the Dogman. Did it have a family? Was it an outcast from a different world? What did it eat? I couldn't help but wonder if the Dogman had saved my cat out of kindness, or if it had been some kind of pure instinct. From that day onward, I couldn't stop thinking about that Dogman. Even though it had left a lasting impression on me, a part of me was still scared of the unknown, and the thought of such a creature roaming the earth. But one thing is for sure, I'll never forget the day when a tall, hairy humanoid Dogman saved my cat from that tree and became my friend. I guess the next time the Dogman returned into my life was after the car accident. I just weirdly drove off the road one evening, and it was the Dogman who pulled me from my crashed car and got me medical attention. At least, that's the way I remember it happening. See, I remember driving and then feeling lightheaded and everything going black. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in the arms of a big, strong, furry man with a dog's head, carrying me to a hospital. I blinked my eyes repeatedly, trying to shake off the disorientation. His eyes met mine, and for a moment, I felt a jolt of fear. However, something in those eyes reassured me that I was not in danger, at least, not from him. And that was when I felt a different kind of a jolt. As he carried me, I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, and I was sweating profusely. This man shifted me, holding me tighter. As we made our way through the hospital's doors, he placed me gently on a stretcher. But before I could turn to look at him one final time, the orderlies rushed me to the emergency room. Everything was a blur, and the next time I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. At first, when I woke up in the hospital, my head was throbbing. My body felt sore, and I was confused about how I ended up there. I remembered the man with the dog's head, but it all seemed so surreal, like a dream. I tried to remember the details, but it was all hazy, and I couldn't focus my thoughts. I wondered if I had hallucinated the entire episode. When I relayed my story of the Dogman to one of the nurses, she looked at me with disbelief and concern. One of the doctors attending me was equally skeptical, dismissing my story as a symptom of my injury. They felt that the mild head injury I had received during the accident caused my imagination to run wild. They eyed me with apprehension, making me feel foolish for even telling them. I tried to reason with them that what I had seen was all real, but they were adamant that it was not. I couldn't escape the thought that the man with the dog's head was real, and that he had saved my life. Even though I was the only one who believed it, I knew it was the truth. I went home after a few days, but everything felt off somehow. It just didn't feel right. I couldn't shake that feeling of unease at home. Every time I glanced out the window, I had this nagging suspicion that I'd see the Dogman hovering around outside, peering in at me through the glass. His eyes, burning with an eerie yellow light, would lock with mine, sending shivers down my spine. But whenever I tried to point him out to my friends or my nurse, he seemed to vanish into thin air before they looked. It had been weeks since I returned from the hospital, yet I couldn't seem to shake off the trauma of that fateful night. I kept wondering if what happened to me was a hallucination caused by the shock, as the doctors thought, or if the creature truly existed, lurking in the dark corners around my house. That's what I thought. I tried to reason with myself. I tried to tell myself that the Dogman was a figment of my imagination. I tried to tell myself that I was overreacting too. But the idea that he was outside just wouldn't go away. One morning I passed a window in my house, and I caught a glimpse of something moving out of the corner of my eye. I whirled around to face the source of the disturbance, and there it was, the Dogman, standing just outside my house, staring at me with unblinking, glowing eyes. I was paralyzed with terror, rooted to the spot, as that creature tilted its head to the side, sniffing the air. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but the vividness of its presence told me this was no illusion. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The Dogman took a step toward me and the house, and that's when I regained my senses. I bolted for my phone, dialing 911 and screaming for help. When the cops arrived, of course they found no trace of the Dogman, not even a paw print. They told me one more call like that, and I was going onto their crank list. But I know the Dogman was there. I had seen him. My life became increasingly isolated, as I had no friends left who didn't think I was out of my mind. I could see their pitying stares, and it made me feel sick. I wasn't mentally ill. I was just having some blood sugar issues that led to fainting spells. That's all the doctors ever told me. And that's the only problem I'm aware of having. Well, that and having no friends, of course. I stayed home all the time, occasionally noticing the Dogman outside, which oddly became more and more reassuring to me instead of scary. When I would see him, at least I knew I wasn't insane. And then came the night of the bad storm. I fell asleep early, as I find the sounds of storms shaking my house at night oddly comforting. But the sound of someone rapping on the door somewhat desperately woke me up. There was a strange man outside, but one that I felt I knew somehow. I opened the door a crack to ask him what was wrong, but he pushed in past me and bolted the door behind himself, telling me that there was a Dogman outside, one big enough to eat a grown man alive. He had seen it too. Whoever this strange and handsome man was, he could also see the Dogman out there. Finally, someone besides me was seeing the creature. I got the man some brandy and warmed him up by the fire. After a while, we fell into a conversation that was as comfortable as though we had known each other for many years. The man spoke of his life, and I sat in my armchair, mesmerized by the story he was telling me. He spoke in a low, gentle voice, and his eyes sparkled with a kind of intensity that left me feeling both uneasy and enchanted. I was bitten by a werewolf many years ago, he said, swirling his tea around in his cup. It unlocked something inside of me, something feral and wild. At first I was terrified, he said, but eventually I learned how to control it. I learned how to shift back and forth between my human form and my werewolf form at will. He took a sip of his tea and glanced up at me, his eyes softening. And then I met you. I saw you from a distance, and I knew I had to be with you. I couldn't resist the magnetic pull I felt toward you, but I knew that if I revealed my true nature, you'd be frightened. So I stayed hidden. So this man was claiming to be the werewolf. I didn't quite know how to respond. I mean, I had heard plenty of wild stories in my day, especially since moving out to the woods. But this man's story struck a chord within me. Maybe it was the way he looked at me, or the way his voice seemed to wrap itself around me like a warm blanket. Whatever it was, I found myself believing him. Or at least, I found myself wanting to believe him. Why are you telling me all this? I finally asked him, setting my own tea aside. He looked at me, and I saw the raw emotion in his expression. "I want you to understand me," he said. "I want you to know that I'm not some mindless beast, that I'm capable of love and tenderness, just like any man. I want you to accept me for who I am." He began to change. He somehow grew. He somehow widened. His human skin turned to wolfen skin. His ears grew points and moved up on his flattening, elongating skull. He was becoming something not human, not canine, but some new third option. He was not a dogman. He was a werewolf. I took a deep breath and stood up from my chair, walking over to this immense, gentle beast. He looked down at me with hopeful eyes, and I reached up to take his hand. "I do accept you," I said softly. I accept all of you." For a moment, we just stood there, our hands intertwined, the fire crackling in the background. And it was in that moment that I realized I loved him too. And that he was not a monster. He was a werewolf, and he was my man. A new top-tier channel member is Brian, brave and strong like a mythic lion. We're gonna thank Mr. Brian Anderson. At least that's what we got Planderson. Please join me in thanking today's executive producer, Brian Anderson, for making this episode possible. Scary Stories to Tell Around a Campfire, Volume 1. Dear Scary Stories NYC, I made a transcription from Murky Audio of a bunch of campfire stories that my friends and I told at an epic campout we had last October. We're not kids, but we've been telling stories around the campfire since we were, though. This email contains excerpts from our 7th annual campfire get-together, and these stories I'm giving you to read are by our 4 main storytellers who I'm going to call Alex, Bobby, Carrie, and Denny. Our rules for telling stories at our campouts are that you have to tell the story off the top of your head without using any reference materials, and it's got to either be true or an original story. Oh, and also it's got to be scary. Now, you at home or wherever you are, you guys get to decide which of these stories is the scariest. Got it? Well, settle back, and let's begin. Story number 1. The Dogman of the Midwest. In the dark forests of the northern Midwest, there's a legend of a creature that is half man, half wolf, and roams the woods at night. The locals call it the Dogman, or the upright walking canine. And there are stories of it stalking and attacking people who dared to wander into the forest at night. Now, even though she knew what I just told you, one summer evening a young woman named Sarah decided to take a stroll in the woods near her house. She had grown up in the Midwest and wasn't afraid of the forest at night. She felt that because nothing bad had happened to her so far, that meant nothing bad would ever happen to her. However, as she walked deeper into the woods, she began to feel uneasy in the forest for the first time in her young life. Suddenly, Sarah heard a branch snap and the sound of footsteps approaching. Panic set in as she turned around and saw a massive, upright walking canine slowly approaching her. She could tell that's what it was, because it walked like a man, but was much taller than a man could be. It was covered in fur like a Sasquatch, but it had a canine head, like that of a wolf or a prehistoric-looking dog. Sarah tried running, but the creature was too fast, catching up and jumping ahead of her in seconds. It stood in front of her, growling and snarling, looking ready to attack at any moment. Sarah stood trembling, expecting the end to come shortly. But then something strange happened. The creature seemed to have recognized her somehow, and its demeanor softened. It put a paw-like hand out toward her, as if asking for help. Sarah hesitated for a moment, but then as the canine retreated slightly, she took a step closer. She realized that it was bleeding from a wound on its leg. and that it was in pain. Feeling compassion over fear, Sarah realized that the canine had been hurt and was struggling to survive. She walked the beast man back to her home and took the creature in, treating its wound and caring for it as best as she could. Days and weeks passed, and Sarah became deeply attached to the Dogman. The two formed a strong bond, and it was no longer a matter of a monster in Sarah's life, but a companion. Her every walk was accompanied by the canine, and as autumn came, the leaves began to fall, and the creature would retrieve them in its mouth, excitedly wagging its tail. However, one night, as Sarah was sitting alone next to her fireplace, she had a realization. The monster that had entered her life and her heart was not half man, half wolf, but half wolf, half dog. This monster had become a friend, and together they would brave the forest's dark paths. Story number 2. Meet the Skin Stealer. It was a chilly early autumn night in the middle of the woods, and a group of college students had gathered around a campfire, hoping to scare each other with spooky stories. Each one tried to outdo the other, but nobody could quite match the tale that Molly told. She spoke in hushed tones, her eyes darting through the woods, as though she expected something to pop out at any moment. Have any of you ever heard of the Skin Stealer legend? She asked. They thought she meant skinwalker, but she didn't. She meant something different. So the group shook their heads, eager to hear more. Molly's eyes glinted in the firelight as she began her tale. The Skin Stealer is said to be a rare cryptid, a creature that can take on the form of any animal it chooses. But it doesn't stop there. It can also take on the form of a human, wearing their skin like a disguise. Nobody knows where it came from, but one thing is for sure. If you ever see a skin stealer, you'd better run. The group shivered, their eyes wide, as Molly continued her story. The skin stealer lurks in the darkest forests, waiting for unwary travelers to pass by. It chooses its victims carefully, studying them for days or even weeks before finally striking. When it does, it'll take on their form, perfectly mimicking their every move, until nobody can tell the difference. The only way to know if someone's been taken by the skin stealer is to look into their eyes. If they're cold and empty, like a doll's, then you know it's already too late. There was a collective gasp from the group as Molly finished her tale, and they all huddled closer to the fire. But just as they thought the scary story was over, they heard a rustling in the bushes. Suddenly a creature sprang out, tearing through the circle of campers and knocking them to the ground. When they finally looked up, they saw that the creature was unlike anything they'd ever seen before. It was hunched over, with matted fur and huge glowing eyes that seemed to radiate with an unnatural light. But as they watched, the creature began to change. Its body shifted and contorted until it transformed into one of the college students, grinning wickedly at the group through the skin stealer's eyes. With a blood-curdling scream, Molly leaped to her feet and ran into the woods. But even as the rest of the group chased after her, they knew it was too late. The skin stealer had claimed another victim. As the group stumbled through the woods, still trying to catch Molly, they suddenly saw a figure in the distance. It was Molly, standing motionless in a clearing. But as they drew closer, they saw that something was off. Her skin itself was the wrong color. Her eyes were lifeless, and her movements were jerky and robotic. It wasn't Molly at all. It was the skin stealer, biding its time until it could claim its next victim. And as this group realized that, they knew that they were all in mortal danger. For the skin stealer was always watching, waiting, and ready to take on the form of anyone it pleased. And nobody could ever truly know who they could trust. Okay, here's a variation on the Skin Stealer. We're going to call this Skin Stealer Part 2. It's contributed by Carrie, and it goes like this. The Skin Stealer had finally reached the small town it had been eyeing for weeks. It had observed the townspeople and their ways, learning everything there was to know about them. It had selected its next victim, a cat, who frequently roamed the streets on the outskirts of town. With a swift movement, the Skin Stealer crept up on the unsuspecting feline and quickly took on its form. Its fur was now soft and sleek, its eyes wide and innocent. With practiced ease, the Skin Stealer made its way into town, using the same stealth tactics it had used to mimic the cat. Within hours, it had slipped unnoticed into the lives of the town's residents, mingling with them, eavesdropping on their conversations, observing their secrets. It was even able to slip into the homes of its prey, stealing their identities by taking on their form. Soon the townspeople began to notice strange occurrences. They began to see people they knew acting erratically, or behaving in ways that were out of character. And then, almost as suddenly as it had come, the Skin Stealer was gone, leaving nothing behind but destruction and chaos. As the days passed, the townspeople began to talk about the legend of the Skin Stealer, the shape-shifting demon that could take on any form it wanted. They whispered stories of its ability to steal the very essence of those it mimicked, leaving them lost and confused. But despite the fear and uncertainty that gripped the town, they refused to give up their way of life. They stubbornly went on with their daily existence, knowing that the Skin Stealer could strike again at any moment. And so, the legend of the Skin Stealer lives on, a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones that walk among us, disguised in plain sight. Okay, in story number 4, we have our third Skin Stealer story. This one's by Denny, and you'll notice that Denny combines the Skin Stealer with the Dogman. Once upon a time, in the remote woodlands of northern Michigan, there lurked a notorious Skin Stealer. The Skin Stealer was an infamous creature that prowled the woods at night, searching for unsuspecting victims to prey upon and steal their skin. One summer evening, a group of hikers decided to explore the woods. They ventured deeper and deeper into the thick forest until they reached a clearing. Suddenly they heard eerie howls coming from all around them. It was the Dogman, one of many local legendary creatures that was said to roam these woods at night, hunting for those foolish enough to venture into its domain. Bursting from the woods, the Dogman, its bloody jaws dripping with foam, began to circle the hikers, trapping them from all sides. It must have been 10 feet tall, a hairy humanoid with a canine head. Panic-stricken, the hikers tried to run, but the creature was too quick for them. The Dogman grabbed one hiker by the arm and pulled him closer to it. With lightning speed, the beast ripped off the victim's skin, and in the next moment, he somehow put that skin on, as though it were a suit of clothing. Now the camper was gone, and in his place was the Dogman, wearing his skin. That Dogman was in actuality the Skin Stealer. The rest of the hikers were terrified and helpless, unable to do anything but watch as the Dogman/Skin Stealer performed its terrible deed. The creature devoured the remains of its victim, in full view of the horrified onlookers. As soon as the creature was done, it disappeared back into the woodlands from where it had come, leaving the hikers alone in the dark, haunted woods. The survivors fled, their eyes wide with terror, never to return to the cursed woodlands again. From that night on, the tale of the Skin Stealer Dogman became a legend to warn people to avoid the darkness of the woods at night. The Girl Who Ventured into Dogman Woods. Once upon a time, deep in the forest, there lived a young woman named Lily. She was known in the town for her beauty, and her rebellious nature, Lily often ignored the warnings of her elders to never venture into the woods alone at night. One fateful night, as the moon was full and bright, Lily decided to take a stroll into the woods. She wandered farther and farther from the town, enjoying the weird calmness of the forest and the rustling of the leaves under her feet. However, the calm was short-lived as she heard a man's voice whisper her name. Startled, Lily turned around but found no one in sight. Thinking it was her imagination, she continued walking, but a feeling of unease crept up on her, followed by more whispers and the shuffling of leaves. Suddenly she found herself surrounded by shadowy figures. Their eyes were dark and menacing, and they had long pointed teeth that glinted in the moonlight. Their silhouettes were that of animals, and yet they stood and walked as men. Lily let out a blood-curdling scream, but no one could help her in those woods on that night. The next day, the townsfolk found Lily's tattered clothing by the woods. They searched for days, but they never found her body. The elders declared her missing and assumed she had passed on in the woods. From that day on, the elders would warn the young girls of the town to never wander into the woods at night, because who knows what lurks there, waiting for unwary prey. Story number 6. The Strange Man in the Woods. Once there was a group of friends who decided to go camping in the woods. As they sat around the campfire, they shared spooky stories, each one trying to outdo the other. As the night grew darker and the fire dwindled down, one of the friends spotted a shadow moving near the trees. Everybody jumped up, startled, as the shadow appeared to be getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a man appeared from behind the trees. He was dressed in a tattered cloak and had wild hair and piercing eyes. The group froze, trying to make sense of what was happening. The man started to tell a story, a tale of a camping trip gone wrong. As he spoke, the group realized that the story was familiar, as if they had heard it before, but they couldn't quite put their finger on where. He then began to include details from each of their own stories into his nonsensical one, and it became increasingly apparent that he had been watching them and eavesdropping the entire time. When he saw the looks of recognition in their eyes, when he could tell that they understood that they were in danger, the man pulled out a knife that seemed far too large for him to have hidden. The strange man laughed menacingly, and the entire world seemed to have been turned upside down. The friends screamed and ran in fear, but the crazy man chased after them. As they ran deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a cabin. Without hesitation, they ran inside and locked the door. As the city kids caught their breath, they realized that they were surrounded inside that filthy cabin by Polaroid pictures of themselves, taken throughout the night. That strange man had been following them the entire time, and had been taking pictures to add to his collection. They had wandered directly into his spider's lair, trapping themselves for him. Suddenly they heard a knock on the door, and the man's voice whispering, "Little pigs, little pigs, let me in." Everybody in the group grabbed an item inside the cabin to use as a weapon, and everybody braced themselves, ready for the fight of their lives. Then, on the count of 3, the biggest of them kicked the door open, and they all prepared to defend against attack from an insane lunatic. But when that door opened, there was no one there. The man's laughter echoed through the woods one last time before fading into the night. The kids ran back to their car, leaving their camping equipment to go pick up the next day, after the sun had come back up. The group do still camp, and they do still tell their scary stories, but they never speak of that camping trip among themselves, considering it bad luck. But every time they find themselves around a campfire, they can't help but wonder if that man is still out there, watching and waiting to strike again. Story number 7. The Masked Attacker. Now here we are on our last camping trip of the summer, and I've got a story for you about the last camping trip of the summer for a group of college students. They chose a secluded spot in the mountains where they could party and enjoy one another's company without worrying about disturbing other campers. The group's leader, Tyler, loved to tell scary stories around the campfire. He had a talent for building tension and suspense until everyone was on the edge of their seat, waiting for the big scare. As the night wore on, Tyler began to tell a story about a group of college students who went missing on a camping trip not too far from where they were and where we are right now. Those students had set up camp in this same remote area, just like Tyler's group, just like us, and they had vanished without a trace. No sign of a struggle or any indication of where they might have gone. As Tyler finished his story, a strange noise interrupted the quiet of the night. It sounded like someone or something was approaching their campsite. The group looked around nervously, but couldn't see anything in the dark. Suddenly, the voice of a woman pierced through the night. "Please help me," she cried out. The group realized that the voice was coming from the woods, beyond the circle of light cast by their campfire. Without hesitation, Tyler and a few of his friends rushed into the woods to find the source of the voice. But as they got deeper and deeper into the forest, the voice grew fainter, and the trees seemed to close in around them. They eventually stumbled upon a clearing in the woods, where they found a young woman tied up and shivering with fear. As they untied her, she told them a chilling story of being held captive by a group of crazed campers who had planned to sacrifice her to some unknown entity or deity. Tyler and his friends rushed back to camp with the girl they had freed and convinced the others to pack up their things and leave. As everyone packed, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching their campsite. Those footsteps became louder and louder until they could hear the sound of heavy breathing. The girl they had managed to rescue began to giggle and then laugh. Her laugh kept growing in a maniacal fashion, and her rescuers backed away from her in fear. Suddenly, a large figure emerged from the shadows, wearing a mask and holding a machete. He had apparently been sent by the crazy campers to stop the students from leaving those woods. But one thing they didn't know about Tyler was that he had once played Jason in a Halloween haunted house. In Tyler's case, that meant he spent the entire Halloween season that year wearing a hockey mask and playing around with a machete, using it to scare the bejesus out of the paying customers. When Tyler saw that lunatic coming out of the woods with that kind of a blade, he grabbed a fallen branch and swung it around in front of their crazy attacker. Tyler wasn't trying to hit the guy with the stick, but he did have a plan. When the nutjob swung his machete down at Tyler, Tyler countered with a thick branch, ensuring that the blade sunk deep into that wood. Then it was just a matter of shifting weight and encountering leverage to twist that machete right out of that crazy man's hands and over onto the ground somewhere out of reach. In a fit of courage, Tyler and his friends then fought back against the masked attacker, eventually overpowering him and turning him over to the police. They were quite relieved to learn that there was nothing supernatural about him. In fact, he was just a complete jerk who got caught in the act of being a complete jerk. Years later, that group of friends still shudder at the memory of that camping trip. But they also know that they will never forget the courage and bravery they showed that night, and how the bond they forged in that moment would last a lifetime. Hope you liked those campfire stories. Which of the 8 was the scariest? Let us know in the comments. We've got at least one more episode of them coming up at some point very soon. Since YouTube's algorithm went from promoting us enough for 1,000 views per episode to sometimes now only 200 views, it's time for us to experiment a little and try out additional things. I have no plans on stopping Dogman anytime soon, but if there are other kinds of scary stories, or even other kinds of Dogman or werewolf stories that you'd like to hear, please leave a comment. I can't promise that we'll try every idea people have, but we will try whichever ones we think we might be able to do well. Look at me, here I am, going on about the channel, when it's time to honor today's executive producer, who is CS. For without CS, there would be no show at all, would there? You can talk all you'd like about monetization on the one hand, and inflation on the other, but we're barely staying online at this point, and it's come time that we have to start figuring out how we're going to feed ourselves and the cats each month, not deciding what to eat any longer. And we'd already be off the air, applying for jobs at McDonald's or any of the other elite employers that I'm thoroughly qualified to work at, if not for CS. CS is our executive producer, or supervising producer, and our guiding light to keep trying. So if you like what we do, please take the time to thank her. Ready or not, here comes Volume 2 of our creepiest, scary campfire stories. Each of these curated or created by our 4 campfire experts, Alex, Bobby, Carrie, and Denny. Our rules are that you have to tell the story off the top of your head without using any reference materials. It's got to be either true or an original story, and it's got to be scary. These are transcripted versions of original campfire tales that I will be reading for you. You at home or wherever you are get to decide which of these stories is the scariest. Got it? Well, settle back and let's begin. Number 1. Michigan Dogman. In the Clearing. I can't prove to you that my story is true, but I can tell you that it scared me, and it still sends shivers down my spine to this day. This all happened in the summer of 1995, when I was camping with some friends in the wilds of northern Michigan. We were sitting around the campfire, telling ghost stories, and enjoying the peaceful serenity of the woods, when we heard the rustling of leaves nearby. We assumed it was just a raccoon or some other woodland creature, but the noise grew louder and closer. Suddenly a large, hairy creature appeared in the clearing, standing upright like a man, but with the features of a beast. Its eyes glowed amber red like coals, and its elongated, snarling canine jaws dripped with saliva. We were frozen in terror, unable to move or to speak. The creature let out a blood-curdling howl, a sound unlike anything I've ever heard since. It then started to approach us, slowly but surely. That's when we realized that we were face to face with the Michigan Dogman. We scrambled to our feet and tried to run, but it was no use. The creature was too fast, and it was gaining on us quickly. Despite our best efforts to outrun it, it managed to catch up, leap onto my friend's back, and I'm not sure what happened next. But all I know is he started screaming. We were all screaming by that point, and trying to fend off this monster. But it was too big, and it was too powerful for us to fight back. The Dogman dragged my friend off into the woods, and we were forced to stand there, doing nothing, for fear of our lives. The rest of us ran away, wondering what kind of being we had just come face to face with. We stumbled through the woods, our hearts pounding, and our minds replaying the terrifying encounter over and over again. The group of us were in legal red tape for years afterward, but we didn't kidnap our friend. We told them who the kidnapper was. The trouble was that the law doesn't believe in Dogman, so they kept trying to pin it on one or all of us, and they just couldn't make it stick. We survivors later became convinced that we had encountered the dreaded Michigan Dogman, a creature rumored to be half human and half wolf. It's been years since that night, and I still can't shake off the haunting memory of my friend's screams and the violent attack from that nightmarish creature. So if you ever find yourself camping in the wilds of northern Michigan, remember this story, and always keep an eye out for the Michigan Dogman. because if you see it, you may not live to tell the tale. Number 2. Jack and the Werewolf. So there was once this young guy named Jack who lived in a small village. He was known for being brave and adventurous, but sometimes his recklessness got the best of him. One fateful night, he crossed paths with a werewolf, which ended up costing him dearly. This werewolf was a notorious creature that terrorized the village every full moon. It was said that if the werewolf bit you, you would turn into one of them too. Now our young Jack didn't believe in the stories, and he thought it would be exciting to hunt down the werewolf and prove everyone wrong. So one full moon, young Jack went into the woods alone with his hunting gear. He roamed deep into the forest, hoping to find the elusive werewolf. After hours of searching, he stumbled upon the creature and prepared to attack. However, as he drew closer to the werewolf, it lunged at him, and without warning, bit him on the arm. Young Jack was shocked, but he still didn't believe in the werewolf stories, and he walked back home feeling proud of himself for getting so close to the creature on his first try. But as the days passed, Jack began to feel different. He couldn't eat, sleep, or focus on anything besides the pains in his own body. Soon the transformation started, and Jack turned into a werewolf himself. It was then that Jack realized he had made a grave mistake. He had been too reckless and had ignored the warnings of his fellow villagers. Now every full moon, Jack turns into a werewolf. He roams the woods, terrorizing the same village he once called home. He is a constant reminder that sometimes it's best to listen to the cautions of those who have come before us. Story number 3. Introducing the Woodsman. The campers huddled around the crackling campfire, telling scary stories to each other as shadows danced around them. One of the storytellers, an experienced hiker, spoke up and asked, "Have you heard of the local monster here? It's called the Woodsman, and it's been rumored to roam these woods for decades." The other campers listened with rapt attention as the hiker continued. Legend has it that the Woodsman is a giant, Bigfoot-like creature with razor-sharp claws, an elongated canine snout, and an insatiable appetite for human flesh. Some say the Woodsman is the reason why hikers and campers have gone missing in these woods for years. The campers shuddered with fear as they imagined the monstrous creature lurking in the shadows of the trees. They were interrupted by a rustling sound coming from the woods, which grew louder and more frequent. Suddenly the Woodsman appeared from the trees. That had to be what it was, because it was man-shaped, but so much larger, covered in fur, with a head shaped something like a bear's head, but with a longer snout and more pointed ears. The claws on this thing were like those on a badger or wolverine, but sized up. It was bigger and more terrifying than any of them could have ever imagined when they heard the original tales told, with its eyes glowing bright red in the darkness, like little streetlights. The campers screamed and ran for their lives, hoping to escape the creature's wrath. But something strange happened as they ran. The further they got from the campfire, the less terrified they felt. In fact, they began to feel happy. Everything seemed suddenly so clear and peaceful. They realized they had been struggling and carrying a lot of unnecessary weight until that moment. Confused and disoriented, the campers wandered aimlessly through the woods until they found their way back to the campsite. As they gathered their things in stunned silence, one of them noticed a strange symbol etched into a nearby tree. It was a symbol for a very special type of mushroom that grows in those woods. One of them asked the others what that symbol could mean, but the group generally conceded that none of them was qualified to put into words what the true meaning was of anything that had just happened to them. It was undeniable that a lesson had been taught. Whether any of them had learned a thing was still open to question, though. Sometimes when a lesson flies over your head, it can seem like nothing but gibberish. Perhaps later in their lives, these campers will begin to fully grasp the meaning of their encounter with the local monster known as the Woodsman. Number 4. The Thing That Climbed Through the Window. Once in a small isolated village on the edge of the forest, there was a young woman named Marina. Now Marina was known in that village for her kind heart and her love of adventure, often wandering into the woods to explore its secrets and its mysteries. One full moon night, as Marina lay in bed, she heard a faint whispering coming from outside. She tried to ignore it and sleep, but the whispering grew louder and more insistent. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore, and she began to investigate. Quietly, she slipped out of bed and made her way over to the window. There, in the moonlit darkness, she saw a figure standing in the middle of the village square. It was a tall, shadowy figure with piercing eyes that glinted in the moonlight. Marina watched in terror as the figure began to move, its limbs jerking and twisting in unnatural ways. It slowly made its way toward her house, its mouth opening and closing in a silent scream. Marina ran to her bed, pulling the covers up over her head, and tried to shut out the terrifying sight. But that thing was relentless, climbing in through the window. No matter which direction, it needed to bend its body parts to do so. Suddenly, Marina felt a cold hand close tightly around her ankle, pulling her toward the floor. She struggled, and she screamed, but the figure was too strong, dragging her toward the window and the darkness outside. But as Marina was about to be dragged out that window, the clouds parted, revealing the rising sun, and the figure disappeared into the shadows. Marina collapsed onto the floor, breathless and shaken, unsure of exactly what had just happened. From that day on, Marina double-locked all her windows before going to bed at night. She soon noticed that the villagers grew quiet whenever she told her story, and she wondered if they too had seen the shadowy figure that had haunted her nights. Maybe they were just afraid that if they talked about it too, that it might come for them next. Years later, as an elderly woman, Marina would still wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, and convinced that the figure was still out there, waiting and watching. Number 5. The Lizard Man Speaks. I never believed in monsters until I met one face to face. I was walking home from work late at night when I heard a strange rustling sound coming from behind me. I turned around, and there it was, a creature I couldn't even begin to describe. It was at least 10 feet tall, with scaly skin and razor-sharp claws. I froze, paralyzed with fear, as that monster approached me. Its eyes were glowing bright red, and its breath smelled like rotten meat. I knew I had to get away, but my legs wouldn't move. The monster reached out, and I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the worst. But then something strange happened. The monster didn't touch me. Instead, it spoke. English. "Please don't be afraid," it said in a deep rumbling voice. "I won't hurt you. I'm just lost and looking for a way home." I was dumbfounded. This monster could talk? I cautiously opened my eyes and looked up at the towering creature. It seemed genuine, like it was really lost and just needed help. I hesitated for a moment, but something in me couldn't leave this lost, frightened monster all alone. I knew what it was like to feel lost and desperate, so I offered to guide it back. The monster thanked me, and we set off down the dark street together. As we walked, it told me about its world and its people, and how it had accidentally gotten stranded in our world. I listened, fascinated, as I led it toward a nearby park. But when we arrived at the park, something even stranger happened. The monster changed form. Now it looked like a beautiful human woman who was looking at me with a grateful smile. "Thank you for helping me," she said. I was stunned. All this time, the monster had been a woman from a different world, putting on a scary appearance for purposes of defense, and I had almost let my fear get in the way of helping her. I walked home that night feeling grateful and feeling a newfound respect for the unknown. Number 6. The strange UFO in the woods. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip with my best friend Ben. We were both excited to escape the city and spend a peaceful night or two under the stars. But what we saw that night was anything but peaceful. As we were sitting around our campfire, we noticed a strange light in the sky. At first we thought it was just a shooting star, or maybe even a plane. But the light kept getting brighter and closer until we realized it was hovering just above the treetops. We were both frozen in fear, not sure of what to do next. The light then began to pulsate, and we could hear a low hum coming from it. Finally, the light vanished, and the hum slowly faded away. Ben and I were both in shock. We knew that we had just witnessed something extraordinary, something out of this world. But as we tried to make sense of what we had seen, Ben suddenly turned to me, his eyes glowing, an eerie shade of purple. "Jake, I have something to tell you," he said in a voice that didn't sound like his own. I backed away from him, unsure of who or what I was now facing. "You see," Ben continued, "I'm not actually from this planet. I'm an alien sent here to observe you humans." I was gobsmacked. It was everything I had ever fantasized about, everything I'd ever seen in science fiction movies, yet never believed was true. "What are you telling me, Ben?" I stammered, trying to make sense of the situation. Ben observed me panicking, and then, as if nothing had ever happened, his eyes returned to their normal shade of blue, and he smiled at me. "Nothing's happening, Jake. You just saw a UFO, that's all. Don't you remember?" I was left confused, wondering if what I had seen was just my imagination. But deep down, I knew the truth was stranger than anything I could have ever thought of. My friend Ben is something else. And now, I'm not so sure our simple camping trip was very simple after all. Story number 7. Alligator Men in the Sewer. I used to live on the streets of New York. I was poor, homeless, and had nothing to my name except for the clothes on my back. Life was hard, but I learned how to adapt. I became an expert at navigating the city's underground, using the sewer tunnels as my shelter. But one night something really weird happened. I was walking through the tunnels, trying to find a warm and dry spot to sleep, when I heard an odd noise. It sounded like something was slithering through the water, but the sound was too loud to be a rat or a snake. As I followed the noise, I saw something that I will never forget. It was an alligator. But it was an alligator that stood upright, like a human. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, and I must have been hallucinating. But as I watched it move, I realized it was real. The alligator was walking on its hind legs, with its front legs held in front of it, almost like it was trying to mimic human movement. It was a bizarre sight, and it sent shivers down my spine. I know what I saw, but when I try to tell others, they don't believe me. They say I'm crazy, especially back then. They said I was a homeless man trying to make up stories for attention. But I wasn't lying. I saw something that night that was really out of the ordinary, something that shouldn't have been there, walking upright, in the sewers of New York City. After that day, I don't dare venture into the tunnels anymore. Who knows what other surprises might be lurking down there, and I don't want to risk it, for my own safety. But I know what I saw back then, and I'll never forget it. Number 8. The Strange Mansion. At the edge of the small town of Millville, there was an old abandoned mansion that had been hidden in the dense overgrown forest for decades. The townsfolk had heard terrifying rumors about the mansion, but nobody dared approach it until the day in the early 70s when a group of teenagers decided to explore the dilapidated old place. They made their way through the dense underbrush, pushing back the branches and leaves to reveal the moss-covered entrance to the mansion. As they stepped inside, the air was heavy and thick, filled with dust and decay. The creaking of old wooden floors echoed through the empty rooms as they made their way up to the top floor. In the uppermost room, the group found a strange, ancient amulet sitting on a pedestal. One of them picked it up, admiring its intricate design and strange unknown symbols. Suddenly, the room began to shake, and the amulet started glowing with an ominous red light. They all tried to run, but the door had locked itself behind them, trapping them inside. The air grew dark and heavy, filled with an ominous presence that filled them with a sense of dread. Suddenly, apparitions appeared, terrifying creatures of untold horror and despair. They clawed at the teens, occasionally leaving scratches that looked like those coming from a cat or a rat. The apparitions spoke, but in unfamiliar languages, their voices drowning out the screams of the now terrified teenagers. As the apparitions drew closer, the teens tried to fight them off, but their attempts were futile. One by one they fell to the ground, their lifeless bodies consumed by the horrific creatures. As the last of the teens drew their final breath, they heard the sound of laughter, a cackling and soulless laugh that chilled them to the bone. Years later, on the outskirts of town, kids still whisper about the cursed mansion and those teenagers who had vanished inside its cursed walls. The townsfolk, needless to say, avoid the area completely and moved on with their lives, never daring go near the old mansion again. But you know, they say that in the dark of night, when the wind howls and the leaves rustle in the trees, you can still hear the echoes of the teens' screams and the wicked laughter that filled them with terror. So, what do you think? Which was the scariest? Let us know in the comments section. In the meantime, I'd like to thank tonight's executive producer, Megara, who made this show possible. She's one of those people that I don't think we could do the show without, as she donates to us in so many ways. So thank you, Megara, and all the names you go under. Welcome to Scary Stories. We've got over 2 hours of Dogman for you, starting right now with this all-new tale that we call, Does Dogman Work for Alien Intelligence? Dear Scary Stories NYC, I want to ask you outright, do you get stories from people saying that they think Dogman is somehow associated with government interests or something weird along those lines? Because I've got this story about my wife that just came to a head last night when I accidentally saw her with what had to be the Dogman, only that creature was not what I was expecting it to be. For starters, my wife Franny used to be a real free thinker, but that stopped around, 7-8 years ago, when she started believing TV instead of her senses and logic. That was also the year we moved to Wisconsin, and she had her first encounter with the Dogman. It was autumn of 2016, and when my wife came home to tell me that she had met a dog-headed animal man who spoke to her telepathically, well, it made as much sense as anything else she was saying that year. That was the year she became the opposite of whatever she had been before. Except she was still my wife, and I still loved her, even if she no longer had any of her own opinions. My view of it was that she had devolved into a brainwashed lemming, and I thought the stories of the Dogman that she told me were signs that she had lost touch with reality completely. And now, I think those stories were a key to the origins of her brainwashing. Like I said, I saw her last night, and she really was with a Dogman. He looked like a wolf, but he moved like a human. They were in the woods behind our neighbor's house when I saw them, and they were both sitting on the hard, cold ground, facing each other. Only that Dogman wasn't a wise, shamanic soul speaking to her telepathically, as she had always reported to me. He was clearly holding some small electronic device up in front of her face, and it had a bright light on it. My wife was looking diagonally off from the creature and his handheld light, and judging by the ever-changing emotions on her face, she was seeing things that I could not see, and I didn't understand what I was seeing. I didn't know what that creature was, and I didn't know what the device was that he was holding either. To be honest, he might have been a human in a furry costume. It would have had to have been a top-notch, very realistic-looking one, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a suit. On the other hand, it could have been a real living upright canine that I was looking at. In which case, where did that creature come from? It had to be intelligent. It had my wife in a trance. And once you know there is a creature in your neighborhood who can cause you to think you're seeing things that you aren't actually seeing, how do you continue to navigate sanely through life? You might be seeing things that look absolutely real to you, which might only be ideas or visuals implanted in your mind by these dogmen, whatever they are. Maybe they're aliens. Maybe they're from a parallel reality. Maybe they're government agents. I just don't know. Maybe they only work for others who are from the other side, or from large corporations, or, I don't know. I can only take wild guesses, and I'm afraid to look too deeply into it for the reason that I don't want to become a programmed victim like my wife seems to have become. All her ideas are so drastically different from the worldview of the woman I married, and she's so angry and intolerant these days. You can't even remind her that her opinions once matched mine. That will induce a rage unlike any which I ever saw from her before, at least before everything went sour. I mean, it might already be too late for me. I told you about seeing her being programmed by the Dogman, but I honestly can't recall what happened next. Did I go home? Did I confront them? I just can't remember. Are there other things disguising themselves as dogmen? Or are dogmen more than just feral carnivorous cryptids? One thing I know for sure now is that they are not something made up by my wife, as I had been figuring. And that raises the possibility that that thing has been the one controlling my wife and making her crazy for years now. All of this makes me wonder if I'm the insane one. And if you tell me I've lost the plot, I think I'd actually feel a little relieved. Until then, though, I have to concern myself with the terrifying possibility that I am not imagining all this, and the implications of that, if even part of it's true, are too much for me to accept. So I'm hoping you or your viewers have an easy explanation to let me know why this isn't something I really need to worry about. Explain to me why none of this is a problem in the real world. Until then, I'm going to keep asking myself, does Dogman work for alien intelligence? Crazy Dogman caused a blackout, or the Beast of Bedford, PA. Dear Scary Stories NYC, a close friend of mine was with his adult son driving in western Pennsylvania back in early 2021 when a creature they told me looked like a dog-headed werewolf cut out in front of their car unexpectedly on the turnpike at night. When I pressed them for details about what they saw, very little which they said surprised me. This was a classic modern upright dogman sighting, other than one strange detail which I will get to. The creature had a canine head, with his ears on top of his head. A long snout combined his nose and dog mouth into one dangerous, toothsome feature, and a fur-covered body, which looked very humanoid when he was up on his hind legs and running. The other thing that caused him to look humanoid was the fact that his paws were clearly capable of gripping and holding objects in the same way that human hands can. What I mean by that is that the beast was carrying some kind of metal rod in his hand or paw. And he was looking back over his shoulder as if he were being chased by something he was deathly afraid of. My friend's son, who was driving, swerved around the beast, and as they were to the immediate right of it, The metal rod that the creature was holding got struck directly by a bolt of lightning. The sound of the lightning landing directly to the side of the car was so loud that the two of them went deaf for quite a while and experienced a harsh ringing sound for over a day afterward. My friend could clearly see the lightning striking that beast man and the metal rod he carried, even with his eyes squeezed shut. That's how brightly lit that scene was. I wish I could tell you more than that, but my friend's son kept driving, no matter how semi-blinded and largely deafened he had been by the incident. He was too afraid to stop his car, too afraid of what was back there. I wanted to know what that Dogman was running from, but whatever it had been, the humans were running from it as well. I tried to imagine that. Whatever it was that was so scary, even the Pennsylvania Dogman was afraid of it. You know, I literally can't even imagine what could possibly be that scary. If you have a guess, please pass it on to me because I've got no clue on that one. But you know, this all reminded me of my own family's Pennsylvania Dogman experience, which happened decades and decades before the one I just described. The overlap, I think, between the two stories is the way that in both cases, the Dogman's behavior is beyond unpredictable. Is this only a trait of the Pennsylvania Dogman, or is this common to all upright walking canines? There is a town in the south central part of Pennsylvania called Bedford, and a few generations back, my family used to live in a house on a hill just outside of that town. The hill is still there, but the house no longer is. This was because of an electrical fire that destroyed it and some of the woods around it, while causing a short blackout in the immediate area around the home. According to family legend, the blackout was caused not by an accident or by an act of God, but rather by a particularly mischievous, some might even say crazy, Dogman. I was told this story when I was a kid, not as a bedtime or cautionary tale, but as something that had supposedly really happened. This was our father's side of the family, but I lost my dad when I was very young. My mother and I first heard this story at the same time from my uncle, her brother-in-law. In fact, he took us driving over to the area, which was really nice in that era. I imagine it must still be a nice place to live. He wasn't sure about the exact location of the house, so I am not either. He thought it was either on Forbes Road over there just out of town, or else on a road that might only be a path through the woods by now. We never got out of the car to search. We just drove through to get a general idea of the place that he was talking about. My dad and his brother were fraternal twins, both born in 1935, by which time his family lived closer to Pittsburgh. When his father, my grandfather, was a boy, he lived in this house in question outside of Bedford, up on that forested hillside. So I guess we're probably talking about 1915 to 1920 when this story is supposed to have taken place. My grandpa's name was Joseph, and when little Joey was a kid, his house was haunted by a large nuisance animal that they either called the Beast of Bedford when they were being fancy, or just the monster when they were using shorthand. They didn't use a word like Dogman or Wolfman or werewolf to describe it, but it was supposed to have had a dog's head and been covered in fur like an animal. This was an upright creature, though. It did not crawl on the ground. It walked upright in the same way that you or I do. Although the family business was not farming, they had a small farm which they maintained. There was a goat which they milked, and there were chickens and a small backyard-sized farm with a few different crops on it. They ate what they grew. They didn't farm enough to sell any of the food off. This farm supplemented the family income. It was not the entirety of it. The first time they saw the creature I'm just going to call a Dogman was when it broke into the hen house and ran off with one of the chickens. It was seen by several of the family members as it made its getaway. My uncle said it was the size of a fully grown man, so maybe that means 6 feet tall. And he said it was as fast as an Olympic sprinter with that chicken tucked under his arm. When I was a kid, I was really into monsters, and I used to like to draw them. For this reason, I quizzed my uncle on what the Dogman was supposed to have looked like. I tried to sort of do a witness drawing based on his description, which I unfortunately lost years ago. I can give you the description itself pretty well from my memory, though. It was a brown dog that stood and walked like a man. I asked him if it had hands, and my uncle just looked confused. He said, "Dogs have paws, kid, not hands." But there are points in his stories where the dog does things that seem to imply that he had more manual dexterity than your average canine. Like when he tucked a chicken under his arm and ran like it was a football. How many dogs have you ever seen doing that? So I'm guessing that maybe the Dogman had large paws that enabled him to do things that most dogs could not. When I asked about the hind legs, and if they looked like the legs of a dog or legs of a man, again I utterly baffled my uncle. He said the legs looked like legs, which didn't help me with making my drawing. So again, I'm going to guess and say that maybe its hind legs look like the hind legs of a normal dog, yet he managed to stand upright on them anyhow. It's also possible that my uncle just never found out about those details. Maybe he just filled in the blanks in his own head when he first heard the story in his youth. So basically he was supposed to look like a dog, but he stood like a man. Make of that what you will. My witness drawing was messy, with a lot of erasing and redrawing. Yet at the end my uncle still said, No, you're not listening to me, kid." One detail I can remember for sure that my uncle described was orange eyes. Bright orange eyes was the way he put it. These days people speak of glowing amber or orange eyes on modern dogmen, so to me that lends a little bit of credibility to the idea that a dogman is exactly what we are talking about here, a Pennsylvania dogman. So the family project became protecting the animals. A new barn was built for the goat, and I think they may have had a horse or a mule or something along those lines. The building was double reinforced and locked up for the overnights, even though the Dogman had not actually made an attack on those creatures, at least not yet. The family didn't feel they could afford to lose either animal, so their home was reinforced along with the chicken coop. My uncle said that the coop was reinforced with a few layers of wired meshing, interwoven into a new iron grid fence. The top was covered with several layers of the wiring and surrounded with barbed wire. The single entrance was now held in place by a bolt with a key lock. The key itself was kept inside the house at night, and this ended the first reign of terror that the Dogman had perpetrated on the family. He never stole another animal from them ever again. Well, not for a long time. The down part of all this was that the Dogman seemed to take all of this personally, and although their animals were now safe, a new series of problems emerged. From then on, that house was haunted by that Dogman. He would climb up the side of the building to stare into your window at night with his bright orange eyes. If you were sleeping, he'd tap on the glass until you woke up to see him. The family knew he'd also been up on the roof, because the tiles seemed to be falling off at a far greater rate than usual. It was hard to understand how the animal had so much free time to waste bothering them, especially if there was no way for him to get any food from them anymore. Shouldn't that have been enough to make him find some other place to haunt? Instead, they started to see him even more frequently than before, and he seemed to enjoy breaking something with each visit. The Dogman became most notorious to the mailmen, and my family's house had a long succession of those. The Dogman enjoyed knocking our mailbox off its wooden post and onto the path leading up to our front door. But that was kind compared to the things he tried to do to the mailmen themselves. He seemed to take affront at the idea of us receiving any kind of message from the outside world at all. Initially, the Dogman would secrete himself on the property and wait for the postman to arrive. Then he'd pick the moment when the poor guy was at his most vulnerable, and that creature would spring out of the shadows, making straight for the mailman's softer parts. He would chase their truck away, up to the streetlight at the end of the county road. After he got more used to the mail delivery schedule, the Dogman would sometimes intercept that mailman a half-mile or more up the road. By then, he wasn't just preventing my family from getting our mail, but several other families as well. The route was auctioned off to the public to run on behalf of the Postal Service, but none of those people had any better luck than the others had had with that Dogman. Eventually, the post office just had to hold our mail and have my family just come pick it up themselves. The Dogman seemed to be okay with that arrangement. The creature man didn't have any special hatred for mail carriers, though. He seemed to dislike all visitors equally. There are stories of the Dogman chasing kids away on their bicycles, old men in their horse and buggies, and once even a young man on horseback. No matter how fast the animal or means of conveyance, the Dogman proved itself quick enough to chase them away and keep them too frightened to attempt a return trip. He wasn't exactly the friendliest of God's creatures, but he certainly was efficient, and he was thorough. Traffic in the area as a consequence was sparse, and it was kept that way too. There was one story about the Dogman that made very little sense to me. He was accused, it seems, of tunneling underground and somehow ruining crops that way. To me, that sounds like someone's crops failed and they made up a wild story about it to blame it all on the Dogman. But I've never been a farmer, and I don't know anything about the Dogman except for what I hear. Maybe the Dogman was robbing the crops from underground tunnels, but it seems to me that the last I heard, this was a meat-eating creature, not a giant feral rabbit. Again, what do I know? Nothing. That's what I know. Anyway, the family used to have little lights outside both the front and back doors, but the Dogman broke them so many times that they eventually stopped fixing them. He never broke any of the windows, although he certainly could have. What he would do was put long, deep scratches into the glass, making them harder and harder to see out of over time. America was getting wired for electricity in the early 20th century, with the biggest boom coming between 1920 and 1935. According to my uncle, the family went electric at some point, in part to scare off the Dogman. Apparently, for a while, there was an electric fence erected around the property that they were hoping would eliminate the troubles constantly being caused by that Dogman. What happened instead was that pretty much every animal except the Dogman in the area ran into that fence and lost the battle. The fence got turned off, and soon the Dogman was back, scratching on the windows, tapping on the doors, and still trying to get past that barbed wire into the chicken coop. Then, one night, the electricity seemed to flicker inside the house, and little Grandpa Joey was sent outside by his father to try to see what was going on. Well, Grandpa Joey went out into the dark night and heard the sounds of electrical sparking coming from behind the house. When he got back there, he looked up onto the roof, and there was that Dogman pulling at the electrical connection to the house. That would be the connection from the street, from the main power grid, to the house itself, which I would think would carry enough power to kill an elephant. The Dogman was playing with live wires as though they were doggy toys. He licked the wires to taste them. Then he tugged at them with his paws. He kept giving himself shock after shock, causing his fur to stand on end all over his body, and for smoke to occasionally emanate from his proximity. The creature's eyes were lit up like light bulbs, He vibrated in various frequencies all at once. Sparks and little lightning bolt things were crackling all around, and each time something would spark up in its immediate vicinity, the Dogman would act surprised and pull back for a second, but then he'd be going right back at it as soon as the fire at the ends of his fingertips went out. In fact, he was smoking from various places on his body, and yet that curious Dogman just kept playing with the high-tension wire, like there was nothing else to do. Since he was supposed to have been lit up clearly at this point in the story, I asked what he looked like in that better lighting. I don't know if my uncle answered honestly or just made something up to quiet me down, but I was told that he was light brown in color, and that he was the size of a tall but thin man. He wasn't a muscle man Dogman, but he was like a man with a dog head. He behaved like a thinking creature, just one that thought mischievous and annoying thoughts, which caused trouble for everyone around him. And this time his playful spirit had shut down the family's power, and might be about to electrocute that Dogman himself next. So Grandpa Joey started taking rocks from the ground and flinging them up on the roof at the Dogman, trying to get him to stop playing with that wire. He shouted at the Dogman, and that attracted Joey's father and brother to come out of the house. Seeing that he was now outnumbered, the Dogman grew nervous and got up to run away. When he did, he pulled on the electrical wire and caused an explosion that blew up that corner of the house and sent sparks and flames in every direction. The Dogman slammed to the ground along with the family, and even the lawn itself was in flames. There was an attempt made to put out the fire, which only made it worse, due to the family not understanding the nature of electrical fires. The house was abandoned, and the animals were either rescued in the case of the four-legged ones in the stable, or set free in the case of the chickens. Seeing this, the Dogman grabbed a couple of birds and sped off. The family had too much on their hands to chase him. When Grandpa Joey ran to a neighbor's house, he found that the electricity was down in the entire area, but their telephone seemed to work. He called the fire department, but nothing was able to be salvaged from the house besides the horse and the goat. There were places the family could have moved nearby, but they felt that they would need to make a move of a greater distance, otherwise that Dogman was only going to keep coming back and bothering them over and over again. There was no keeping him out, and there was no end to the destructive things that he could do. I don't think he meant to blow up the house. I think he was just being a jerk and a brat. He did want to bother the family until he got food from them, but he wrecked their lives and forced them to leave the region instead. Then again, maybe he really did mean to be so malicious after all. It's hard to say, really, especially all these years later. I tell you, if time travel suddenly became a possibility, the one moment in history that I would want to go back to see would be the time that the crazy beast of Bedford Dogman caused a blackout. He's come again, both Alina and Mina. The king returns. It's Jason Regina. Please join me in welcoming back the once and future king, Jason Regina. Jason gets to see our weekly Sunday Secret Uncensored members-only stories. And so can you. The Dogman Club. Dear Scary Stories NYC, I have created a club for people who I've met who have seen the Dogman. But the only way you can get in the club is if you've never publicly reported your sighting or experience. What bonds us together as friends is our guilt at not being honest about what we saw. Some of us might have prevented the Dogman doing terrible things if we had sent out an alarm, but we each have our own cowardly reason for not having done the right thing, and that guilt bonds us tighter than superglue to each other. We are all admittedly weak people who would like to find a way together to become a positive force for change and acceptance that Dogman is a real thing in the real world. I'd like to share with you a short story about the Dogman that I wrote when I was a teenager. There's a point to this, which I'll explain afterward, but let me tell you the story first. It's called The Poodle I Saved from Dogman, and I was 17 years old when I wrote this here masterpiece. Fasten your seatbelts. I wasn't the best writer in those days. The Poodle I Saved from the Dogman, by me, age 17. I can't believe what I saw last night. It was like something out of a horror movie. I was walking home from my friend's house around midnight when I saw it. A 15-foot tall dog-headed man monster was walking down the street, and it was carrying something under its arm. I froze in fear, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The creature's body was like a man's body, but covered in thick dog fur, except for its giant dog head, sharp teeth, dog-like legs, and long claws. It was so tall that it had to bend down to see me. I don't know how I managed to muster up the courage, but I stared at it with wide eyes, and then I slowly backed away. But the creature didn't seem to care about me, so I continued backing away until I turned around and ran back to my house. I locked the door and double-checked it before finally calming down enough to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then the next day, we heard that our neighbor's poodle was missing. I couldn't shake the feeling that it had something to do with that monster that I had seen the previous night. I tried to brush it off and focus on my day, but I couldn't shake off the fear. When I arrived home from school that evening, my neighbor was outside with flyers of the missing dog. I approached her and asked if I could help in any way. She was grateful and handed me a stack of flyers to distribute around the neighborhood. As I walked around, I couldn't stop thinking about that creature that I had seen the previous night. Was it the one responsible for taking the poodle? The thought terrified me, and I wished I had never seen it. It was heartbreaking to see how saddened my neighbor was. But then the next night, I saw the monster again, and once again I saw it holding the missing poodle under its hairy arm. It seemed to be walking toward a seemingly abandoned house that I had never noticed before. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't let that monster get away with stealing someone's pet. I approached the house, and I heard a faint yelping. It was coming from inside. I slowly crept around the side of the house, and to my surprise, there was an open window. I peeked inside and saw the monster in a room with the poodle. I was so close that I could see the tiny dog shivering in fear. I knew I had to act fast. I went around to the front of the house, and I kicked down the door, startling the monster in the process. It turned toward me, and I could see the rage and anger in its eyes. It was ready to attack. I didn't hesitate, and I ran toward it. We collided, and I was knocked to the ground. It was trying to bite and claw at me, but I fought back with all my might. It was a tough and intense fight that seemed to last forever. Finally, with one last blow, I knocked that creature out cold. I picked up the poodle, who was now trembling even harder, and I ran out of the house toward my own home. My neighbor was overjoyed to see her missing dog, and I was happy to reunite them. It wasn't until the next day that I realized the importance of what I had done. I had put myself in danger, but I saved someone's pet from being lost forever. That monster could have hurt someone if it hadn't been stopped. From that day on, I made a vow to always help when I can, even if it means putting myself in harm's way. The incident made me realize that we're all capable of doing good, even in the face of danger. And who knows, maybe one day, I'll be able to help someone else in need. Nice story, right? The only problem is, the entire thing is a lie. Well, not the beginning. It starts off true. And the part about seeing the monster holding something under its arm, that was true too. It was something about the size of the poodle that lived next door. But I couldn't see it clearly in the dark. And it was not moving, as in this story I wrote. The part about my neighbor crying over the loss of her dog, that was sure true also. I think that's why I still feel so guilty. I never fought the Dogman. I hid from it. I didn't rescue that poodle, but I did see my neighbor weeping and handing out flyers. I was not her hero in any place except my imagination, and it gnawed at me for a long time. When I met some other people here in Michigan with similar backstories, we formed our own club. We call it the Dogman Club, and we're a sort of support group for each other, at least for now. Sometimes we meet in person. Other times we meet online. We talk about possibly doing something positive, like going out and searching for the Dogman. But at this stage, we are mainly focused on healing and coping with the trauma that the Dogman has introduced into our lives. We all want to keep our names anonymous, but we really would like to share our separate stories so that you can understand our unified mission. Here's another confession from one of our other members. You may note some small overlaps between all our different stories. Let's call this one State Forest Dogman. I remember the day when I saw the strangest creature walking in the Roscommon State Forest area. It was a sunny day, and I was out hunting with my brothers, hoping to catch some wild game to bring back to our town. We were walking through a dense part of the forest when I saw something moving in the distance. At first I thought it might be a bear or a deer, but as it came closer, I realized it was something that I had never seen before. The creature was tall and walked on two legs, just like a man, but its body was covered in fur, and it had a dog head. I couldn't believe my eyes as I watched it move effortlessly through the forest, not caring about our presence at all. It was like it owned those woods and was not afraid of any human being. I was intrigued and frightened at the same time. I had never seen anything like this before, and I didn't know what to make of it. I knew I had to tell my elders about what I'd seen, but I was hesitant because I knew they might think I was making up stories. When I returned to the res, I sought out my grandfather, who was a wise man and knew much about the natural world. I told him what I had seen, and I waited for his response. To my surprise, he did not dismiss my story or call me a liar. Instead, he listened carefully, and then he told me to sit down. And then he began to tell me a story about a creature that lived in the forest many years ago. The creature was known as Coyote, a spirit of the forest and a protector of secrets. It was said that Coyote would sometimes take the form of a dog-headed man and would walk through the forest, observing and protecting the land. My grandfather told me that it was possible that I had seen Coyote, and if so, that it was a good omen. Coyote was a powerful spirit, and seeing him meant that it was watching over me and my family. He also told me not to be afraid of the creature and to show it respect if I ever see it again. I was relieved to hear my grandfather's words, and it made me feel better about what I had experienced. I also began to understand that our people had a deep connection to the natural world and believed in spirits that protect and watch over us. As the years passed, I never saw that dog-headed man again, but I did hear stories from other people on the res who had seen it, and they were all of the opinion that it was a sign of protection and good luck. Each time I hear these stories, I am reminded of my encounter and the wisdom of my grandfather. Now, as an elder in my own right, I tell this story to others, hoping that it will bring them a sense of understanding and a connection to the land. I also tell it so that they will understand that our people had a strong belief in the natural world and the spirits that dwell within it, It is our responsibility to protect and respect the land, and in doing so, we will be shown great respect in return. I hope that this story will be passed down from generation to generation, reminding all of us of the wisdom, strength, and power of the natural world. The car crash that saved my life. I remember waking up in a daze, the car completely wrecked, and the sounds of metal creaking and tires spinning in the air. Panic set in as I realized I couldn't move, and my vision seemed to be going dark around the edges. That's when I saw the beast, a huge, hairy, humanoid creature with a canine head. I was unable to move as I was locked in place as I saw this creature approaching me. The way the vehicle was wrecked, I was firmly locked in where I was. The Dogman easily bent metal and whatever else to free me, and then it gently scooped me up in its massive arms, cradling me as it ran toward what seemed like an endless forest. I could only imagine the worst, that he was going to bring me to his lair and eat me. As unconsciousness overtook me, I remembered that there can be such things that are even worse than death. I remember bouncing up and down somewhat uncomfortably, having all sorts of dreams and hallucinations about what was jostling me around. Only some of them involved the big bad wolf, carrying me high speed through a forest, heading toward an unknown destination. I blacked out once more, only to wake up in a strange hospital room, with unfamiliar faces surrounding me. Then it hit me. The Dogman had saved my life. Tears welled up in my eyes as I thought of how grateful I was to be alive, and to this creature that had once terrified me, but had turned out to be my savior. As the days went by and I healed from my injuries, I couldn't stop thinking about the creature that had carried me to safety. I wanted to thank it, to tell it how much its actions had meant to me. I also felt guilty for assuming that it wanted to eat me, or worse. I wish I could make it up to the beast somehow, but it seemed that the Dogman had disappeared back into the forest, like some kind of mythical creature. Though others might not believe my story, I know the truth. I've been rescued by a beast that was as gentle as it was fierce, and it had shown me that sometimes things aren't always as they seem. When I was with him, I wanted to get away. Now that I know his noble nature, though, I wish I could meet him again, with me getting to do the favor for him the second time. This is why I joined the Dogman Club, to be a member who can see the Dogman side of things, to be a member who isn't so afraid of him as the others. I also want to prevent the others from treating him like he's a monster. Some of them are traumatized by what they've seen, and they can sometimes forget that the Dogman is a living thing too, with feelings and emotions, the same as you and me. He showed mercy to me, and I'm here to see he's treated with the basic humanity that the Dogman deserves to be treated with by the Dogman Club. The thing that my dog was barking at. I can still vividly recall the night that changed my life forever. It was a regular evening, or so I thought, until my dog started barking in this really weird way. He was going crazy, and I knew that something was not right. I took a flashlight and stepped out of the house, hoping to find the source of his distress, which I did. There was a humanoid creature striding through the woods at the back of the yard, walking upright like a man, but with the head of a canine. It was massive, easily over 7 feet tall, and covered in thick black fur. I remember being frozen with terror as it went past me, carrying a sleeping bag with what appeared to be an unconscious human inside, over his shoulder, as though it were his bath towel. I knew immediately that I had witnessed something extraordinary, but also something dangerous. I stood there watching as the creature disappeared into the woods, my heart beating like a drum in my chest. I wasn't sure what to do. I knew I needed to tell everyone what I'd seen, but I knew that I would never tell anyone what I'd seen. The thing is, I didn't want to believe it myself. I tried to rationalize it as a trick of the light, but as the days went on, the images kept replaying in my mind. I knew that I had seen something that defied all explanation. It wasn't something I had imagined. It wasn't something I had dreamed. But still I kept quiet. I didn't report the sighting. I didn't tell my friends. I didn't even confide in my family. Because I was a coward. I was afraid. Afraid of what people would say. Afraid of the ridicule. Afraid of being dismissed as crazy. And so I lived with that fear. That guilt. For years. They say a brave man dies only once, while a foolish coward like me dies 1,000,000 deaths every day. I have nothing to say in my own defense. I scanned the news for days afterward, looking for a story about a lost female camper, but I found nothing. I have no idea who that woman was or what became of her. I sometimes tell myself that she must have gotten away. Once she got away, then there would be no more news story. So I told myself that the fact that none of this was reported in the papers at the time, that meant that she must have escaped the beast. I don't really believe that, but I tell it to myself sometimes in an effort to relieve the crushing guilt. The fear of being ridiculed had kept me silent for too long, and I knew that I needed to find a way to confront my fears and tell my story. It was only after connecting with other eyewitnesses who had seen similar creatures that I finally found the courage to speak about what I'd seen. It was a relief to finally share my story with others who had experienced something similar and who didn't judge me. Don't get me wrong, it's not like everything suddenly became easy after that. I still have moments where I doubt what I saw, or feel fear or anxiety around it. But coming forward and being honest with myself and others was the first step in healing. I understand that many people will never believe me, and that's okay. But for me, it's not about convincing anyone else that what I saw was real. It's about accepting that it was real for me, and learning to live with that truth. In the end, I know that I made the right decision in finally confessing what I saw. I may never truly rid myself of the fear and guilt that plagued me for so long, but at least now, I can move forward with honesty and acceptance. Dogman driven into a rage by evil behavior. My story is that I got pushed around a lot by kids in school. I used to get bullied by them on the school bus too. So I took to walking home alone through a path in the woods that led up behind my house. One day those guys must have been bored or something, because they found me walking home next to the woods, and they started pushing me around with a greater vigor than ever before. I think it was because nobody else was around, but they seemed to be a lot angrier than usual, and they were throwing me around in a more frightening way than usual, too. I felt like these guys were giving off extremely bad vibes, evil vibes, not just school bully vibes as usual. They seemed like someone had turned them up to 11, as it were, and I don't think I was the only one to sense that intense evil scent, or vibration, or whatever it was. Because crash out of the woods came this big, weird, and scary-looking canine. It was running out at us like a man. But when the bully furthest from the left took off running, the canine dropped to all fours and ran past me, almost knocking me down. His head was still a little above mine as he ran past, and his back came right up to about my eye level. I don't honestly remember how tall I was back then, but I remember that this creature was too tall for me. So I think this was the Dogman. I mean, I didn't get video or DNA evidence to prove it, but it was the biggest dog possible, and it was fast. Both went up on its hind legs or down on all fours, right? I think it was there because of the intense evil energy of those boys. That's not to say that I think the Dogman was evil. In fact, I think he was there to attack the evil, really. And that's what he did, while I stood there and watched. Each time one of the kids tried to get away, he tore after them and herded them back, somewhat rudely. Extremely rudely, in fact. The boys kept trying to get away, but the dog kept playing whack-a-mole and maintaining his brutish stalemate. Once the boys seemed to be beginning to realize that they were in a pickle, the dogman reared back up onto his hind legs, and we all gasped. We had seen him at full height when he first crashed out, but it was somehow even more shocking the second time. He was like something out of a science fiction movie by Ray Harryhausen. That was what it was like to see him. Just then, a driver going by screeched to a halt and stared at me and the scene, watching the dogman and those boys. I took off running into the woods, leaving the other boys to fend for themselves, and that driver beeped his horn loudly. I found out later that the dogman ran off when the driver honked his car horn, and then that driver drove the boys to the emergency room. I didn't understand how the driver didn't notice me running away, but I guess he might have been looking at the dog standing upright larger than a bear at the time. Now, I don't know why those bully boys never bothered me at school again. Maybe they thought the dogman was my friend, or that I was the one who called him over or something. Maybe they thought I was bad luck to mess with. I'd say maybe they just became better people, but does that really ever happen? When I saw them back at school, I actually tried to approach them and apologize for running away. I felt bad about what happened. They would always just leave when I would come near, though. They avoided me completely, and I couldn't read the expressions on their faces. Because both the driver and the boys described the dogman as a large dog, there was a big anti-stray dog panic in the area following. For a while, my mother came to pick me up from school. Kids weren't allowed to walk around by the woods alone, and a bunch of stray dogs got euthanized or removed out of the area. But I knew that none of that had anything to do with what really happened. I live with the shame of not speaking up now every day, and I know that, even though those boys were horrible people, it wasn't right what happened to them. And what happened to those stray dogs that just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time makes me feel even more guilty. That's why I'm in the Dogman Club. And that's why I've sworn to keep it secret till the day I die. Conclusion. Thanks for letting us share our sort of secret origin stories. We also hope that this puts some ideas in some people's heads about finding other people with similar interests in their area to have a club with and share your mutual interests with just for the fun of it. Although the Dogman Club has so far just sat around and gabbed with each other, it might lead to a road trip someday or possibly some creative project. If not, then at least we've had fun with it. And I suppose in the end, that might be the main point of the Dogman Club. We're about to shoot off a water cannon to celebrate our new EP, Shannon. Please join us in welcoming our newest channel member, Shannon Nelson. Shannon gets to see our weekly Sunday Secret Uncensored stories, and so can you. The 1923 Dogman Diary. Dear Scary Stories NYC, I went urban exploring in an old hospital somewhere in northern Michigan back when I was, I guess, 16 or 18, and I snagged an old diary that I found in among the rubble in one of the rooms. It had this image of a wolf head on the front, which I thought looked cool. I flipped through it a bit and saw that there were plenty of empty pages in the back that I could draw on, so I tossed it in my bag to take with me. I also found a gray metallic wolf head carving or casting or something. It was three-dimensional and had a bit of heft to it. I figured it went with the diary, so I took it with me. When I got home, I nailed the little wolf head up on my wall, but the diary itself got stuck in a box to look at later and eventually found its way up to the attic. Fast forward to when I was 23. I had my first serious job, and I was moving in with my girlfriend in a home we were renting at the edge of town near the woods. We could both catch a bus from there to our jobs, so it seemed convenient to us before we moved in at least. After moving in, we found out that it was kind of a spooky place to be. Since we were in our early 20s, we went with the vibe. We got tarot cards, we got a Ouija board, and I remembered that strange old wolf diary that I'd left in my parents' attic. I went home and fished it out, figuring it might look cool on a bookshelf or something. After I put it on display, my girlfriend Francine decided she would read it out loud to a small gathering of friends at a Halloween party we had that year. It turned out to be a lot more interesting than we had expected it to be, and so I'd like to send an edited version to you for possible use on your show. This is a Dogman story, so it should fit your format, and I hope it interests your audience. Without further ado, let's skip to the first relevant diary entry, dated April 1923, 100 years ago this year. Dear Diary, I have never truly believed in my grandfather's prophecies. He's been blind for years, and yet he claims to see things that we cannot. He has always been convinced that he has the power to look into the future, and that his visions always come true. However, today was different. Today he foretold something that sent chills down my spine. My grandfather said that tomorrow, April 23rd, will be a momentous day for our family. He said that something important will happen that will shape our family's destiny for years to come. I have no idea what he meant by this prophecy. All I know is that my grandfather has never been wrong before. In his own opinion, he has claimed to always have been able to predict future events with unnerving accuracy. Some of his past predictions have been trivial, while a couple might be claimed to be life-changing. We all can't help but wonder what tomorrow holds for us. Could it be good news or bad? Is it something that we should prepare for? Something we should be afraid of? My mind is now consumed by thoughts of what could happen in the coming day. I know that I will not be able to sleep tonight. My grandfather's prophecy has filled me with both hope and dread. I can only pray that whatever happens tomorrow, it will be for the betterment of my family. Only time will tell. April 23rd, 1923, 12:09 a.m. I was woken up by a loud and frightening howl that seemed to come from outside. It sounded like no animal I'd ever heard before. I tried to brush it off and go back to sleep, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. 4 a.m. I was abruptly awakened by a crash of glass and a scream that pierced through the silence of the night. I immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to my sister's room. What I saw there will haunt me for the rest of my life. She was gone. Her bed was overturned, and the window was shattered. There were broken pieces of glass scattered all over the floor, and there was blood on the window frame. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like a scene from a horror novel. At that moment, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. A creature that looked like a cross between a dog and a caveman was lurking outside the window. It was staring at me with piercing amber eyes. I froze in terror, unable to move or scream. The creature suddenly let out another ear-splitting howl and then disappeared into the darkness. I knew that my sister had been abducted by that thing. It was as if my grandfather's prophecy from the day before had come true. I am now sitting here in my room, my heart racing, and my mind unable to process what just happened. I don't know what to do or where to turn. All I know is that my sister is out there, and she needs our help. I only hope we can find her before it's too late. April 23rd, 1923, 10 a.m. We've been searching the woods since early morning, hoping to find some trace of my sister. So far, there's been nothing. No signs of struggle, or any indication of where she might have gone. I feel like we're running out of time. Whoever or whatever took her could be anywhere, and who knows what it wants. All we can do now is keep searching. 11:48 a.m. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. My sister has just walked out of the woods, stumbling and dazed. We ran to her, and she collapsed into our arms unconscious. The relief and joy of seeing her alive are indescribable. We have so many questions, but for now, We need to focus on getting her help. She's badly injured, with bruises and cuts all over her body. We brought her inside and are waiting for the doctor to come to us. All we can do now is hope and pray for her recovery. Whatever she's been through, I cannot begin to imagine the horror she's faced. My heart breaks for her, and I can only hope that she can recover and heal in time. I will keep writing in this diary as the situation unfolds, but for now, I need to stay by my sister's side and offer whatever support I can. We will get to the bottom of this and figure out what happened, but for now, we need to focus on her recovery. April 23rd, 1923, 5 p.m. It has been a long and trying day. After discovering my sister June in a daze in the woods and bringing her home to her bed, we were relieved to find out that she was alive. However, the events that unfolded while she was bedridden left us all in shock. June woke up in her bed and started speaking of things that seemed completely out of this world. She claimed that she had been taken to an island ruled by dog-headed men who didn't speak. According to June, these men had chosen her as their messenger of light and had taught her many things. I cannot explain the fear and confusion that gripped us when she spoke so strangely. It was almost as if something else had taken control of her mind. We tried to explain to her that it must have just been a dream, but she seemed adamant that what she said was very real. The doctor examined her and concluded that June was delirious and likely suffering from a severe case of shock. He gave her a potion to induce sleep and asked us to leave the room so that she could rest. As I sit here now, away from her bedside, I can scarcely comprehend what has happened. Everything seems surreal, and the world is almost like a dark, twisted nightmare. The events of today have left us all feeling vulnerable and exposed. We are searching for answers to questions that we never even thought to ask before. Why did June's abduction happen? Who are these dog-headed people that she speaks of? I don't know if we will ever get the answers to these questions, but one thing is for sure. We will do everything we can to keep our family safe. We cannot let anything like this ever happen again. But for now, we can only wait and hope that June recovers soon. I pray for her well-being and the strength to face whatever the future may hold. April 24th, 1923. Morning. I woke up to find my entire family was gathered around my sister June's bed. She was awake and had apparently told them all something that had left them speechless. When I asked what had shocked them, they told me that June had related a creation narrative in which the pagan jackal god Anubis had created both life and death. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was a blasphemous notion, and I couldn't comprehend how anyone could believe in such things. After her abduction and everything else that had happened, I do not know how June could be saying such things. It seemed like she had fallen deeper into some kind of delusional state, and I despise it. I am worried about my sister's mental health and the influence of the pagan ideas that seem to have taken hold of her. As a Christian, these things go against everything that I believe and everything that I stand for. I will be speaking to the doctor about this when I get a chance. We cannot let such beliefs take root in our family. This is a time for faith and healing, not blasphemy and confusion. As I sit here and write this, I cannot help but wonder what the future holds. Will June's beliefs change? Will she recover from this ordeal? And if she does, will she ever return back to her normal self? All these questions continue to haunt me, but I'm determined to stay strong and to protect my family. We have already been through so much, and I'm determined not to let anything else bring us down. April 24th, 1923. Evening. Today has been a difficult day for our family. I am still struggling to understand what has happened. June continues to talk about her experiences on the supposed island, and how she was chosen by the dog-headed men to be their messenger of light. However, tonight, she took it a step further and explained a new cosmic system in which humanity serves these dogmen. It all seems so surreal, and yet she speaks with such confidence and conviction that it's hard to know what is real and what is not. As she spoke, I saw the sadness and despair on the faces of my family members. We wept at the prospect of serving these foul beasts. The mere thought of it is too much to bear. I worry that June has been brainwashed by these creatures and that she might never return to being the person that we know and love. We cannot let the ideations of these beastly creatures control us. It's like we're living in a different world with a twisted reality. We cannot let our faith be undermined by these pagan beliefs. It's causing division and confusion in our family, which is a very dangerous thing in these troubled times. All I can do now is pray and hope that we get through this. I don't know what the future holds, but I will not give up hope. We will fight against these pagan beliefs, and we will try to bring June back to the fold. Tomorrow, I will speak to our local pastor and see if he can provide any guidance or help. We need to find a way to reconcile June's beliefs with our own, or we will all be lost. April 25th, 1923. Morning. I am still shaking from yesterday's events. After June's upsetting words, I decided to walk to our church and go have a conversation with our local pastor to see if he could provide any guidance or help on my sister's condition. But as soon as I entered that church, I felt a strange aura suffocating the atmosphere, an all-pervading stench of brimstone and sulfur. The pastor welcomed me into his office with a warm smile, and we sat down to talk. But as we spoke, something strange happened. The pastor's eyes turned black. His voice got deeper, and suddenly, the foul beast himself spoke through him. I looked at the pastor, but I saw the Dogman, and that dog-headed creature declared that our town was unclean, and therefore the property of his master, the devil. I could barely believe what I was seeing and hearing, and I could not control my fear. Within seconds, the pastor returned to normal, and it was me who looked crazy as I ran out of that church in fear. I know now that June is not the only one possessed by these animalistic creatures. They seem to be everywhere, waiting to claim us all. But I will not let them take me or my family. We will find a way to fight back and protect our town from this wickedness. I pledge to work with my fellow townspeople to protect and defend against this evil. We cannot let these creatures take over our beautiful town. I pray for strength and guidance as we navigate these dark times. We must stand united against the powers of darkness and fight back with all our might for a better tomorrow. Now there's no more entries until May 22nd, 1923, where it says, I apologize for not having recorded my thoughts sooner, but I have been consumed by remarkable visions of a shocking future that have left me reeling. Despite the disquieting nature of these insights, I cannot shake the conviction that they are, in some way, prophetic. In my visions, a world of machines that can think and act for humankind has come to pass. Such inventions have given rise to a future age in which man can efficiently serve their true masters, who are the Dogmen. These creatures that I once reviled have now been revealed to me in a new light, as the benevolent beings who will guide humanity to its ultimate salvation and build us a world of enduring peace by the year 2030, should we only learn to be as obedient as they are. Their capacity for love, loyalty, and devotion has been my beacon of hope, and I've been awed by our exclusion of these creatures in the past centuries. We, the humans, have always been the lesser creatures to the canines. They have long been superior forms of life, because they have the singular attribute the element of loyalty and subservience that has been vital to their success not only as a species, but outlasting entire civilizations. These ideas are not just born of my imaginings. They have a basis in history that has been masterfully hidden, with knowledge and truths kept under lock and key, inaccessible to normal myopic humans. But with the aid of the Dogman's visions, the veil is lifted, and the hidden truths have been revealed to me. In previous diary entries, I had documented my struggles about faith and beliefs, but all those qualms of the past have now dissipated in the light of the promised glory beyond the veil. Their knowledge is elder and everlasting, and that's why it is so far beyond our current comprehension. The wondrous knowledge that the Dogmen possess upon this world is something that we humans can barely grasp. The greatness of their minds and their loyalty is unmatched in all creation, and to think we have ignored such a treasure for so long is unthinkable. Now that they have chosen us to be their devoted servants, we must open our minds, hearts, and souls. These visions are a blessing, and I will never forget the way they have shaken me to my very core. The path toward 2030 will require much trust, patience, and skill, as we will be called upon to learn how to serve the Dogman in new ways of devotion. They will be the ones who will lead us to enlightenment, and inevitably, to peace. It is my duty to document this journey, the one that began with my sister's abduction and her revelation, and destined to build up the life of the gracious masters who had been waiting to kiss our ignorant existence with their great pups on us, their adoptive children. Fear and doubt no longer pervade me. They have been replaced with a sense of purpose and a feeling of acceptance. Under their guiding hand and teaching, we will emerge from these ages of disobedience and disobedient rebellion to create a new world of enlightenment dedicated to the needs of our canine masters. In 2030, by that date, the task would be done, and they will have been our supreme leaders, granting us a fulfilling world of order, purpose, and joy. A utopia long denied to us before their intervention. I fervently hope that man would be able to live up to its obligations and provide a new lease of life to their eternal masters. I salute their grace and the wisdom of their vision. I am in their debt, and I willingly accept my new role as a servant of these blessed creatures. And the rest of the pages are blank. It's also got little flowers pressed between some pages, and an illustration of what must have been the Dogman's head, I guess. Creepy, huh? It was a big hit at our Halloween party, and one of our guests said that they were going to talk to someone in Hollywood about getting an option for a new movie franchise, but nothing ever came of that. Later we got the diary appraised, and we were told it might be worth a couple $100, but nothing more. None of the individuals mentioned in the diary appear to be on the official record as having lived in that location during that era, although this was 100 years ago, and some town records in that region were destroyed in not one but several fires over those 10 decades. It is possible that these were real people, but since we can't establish that beyond a reasonable doubt, it limits the perceived resale value of the diary. So finally we figured we'd let you read it for your show, since we're both fans of what you do. Hope you and your viewers enjoyed, as it was written down by hand in the 1923 Dogman Diary. Celebrating 31 months as a top-tier member, that's over 2 years if you do the math. She's the tops from January to December, and I'm talking about our dear sweet Kath. Please join me in thanking tonight's executive producer, Kathy Barrickman, for making this episode possible. Kathy, of course, is a very special person, one who we keep in our prayers all the time. We hope that you do the same. Thank you, Kathy, for everything you do. The Centaur Dogman Pub. Dear Scary Stories NYC. As I was strolling through the woods, I caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of my eye. There was movement behind a bush. Curious, I approached to take a closer look. To my amazement, I saw a young, upright, silver and white Dogman puppy munching on that bush's berries. Now I've heard tales of Dogman, but to see one up close was a completely different experience. I couldn't help but stare in wonder at this tiny creature with its soft fur and adorable puppy face. I thought about how much larger he might grow and wondered if he would be a 6-footer or one of those 12-footers. The thought of that sobered me up pretty quick as I looked around silently for the mama Dogman. This one looked pretty young, and it seemed quite likely to me that it might still be under adult supervision. I decided I'd better back away from the scene, but I carelessly stepped on a loud snapping twig in the process. All of a sudden, the puppy peeked out from behind the bush and caught sight of me. Initially startled, it quickly regained its composure and trotted confidently toward me, tail wagging. As the younger Dogman approached, I saw that it was no ordinary pup. As it drew closer, I noticed that its fur on top was silver, but its bottom was a rich warm brown. And that's when I noticed that rich warm brown bottom had 4 legs. I had never seen anything quite like this before. I wondered how this Dogman could be so unique and special. I was amazed at the difference between what I had imagined his body looked like as opposed to how it actually looked, and I could hardly believe my eyes. It was a young Dogman pup who appeared to be a centaur Dogman with 4 legs on the ground and 2 paws free to use for other things. I couldn't help but stop in my tracks and watch as he pranced around the clearing. I reached out a tentative hand toward the pup, and I was pleased as it sniffed and then nuzzled against my fingers. It was a moment I will never forget, and I feel privileged to have met such a remarkable creature. As I walked away from the pup, I couldn't help but smile, knowing that I was experiencing something truly special. The pup had the head of a dog and a torso sort of like a human, but of course covered in soft fur. His legs were sturdy and muscular, ending in very large paws that allowed him to run and play with ease. As I approached him cautiously, the pup looked up at me with his big brown eyes and wagged his bushy tail. My first experience with that Dogman pup was peaceful and gentle. He appeared to be happy and carefree, chasing his tail and frolicking through the forest. I remember feeling a sense of awe and wonder, as if I were experiencing something truly magical. Sometimes when I tell people this story, they stare at me blankly, and then I realize that the word centaur isn't exactly one that's used by everyone every day. So to give you some perspective on how surprised I was by what I was seeing and petting, you should probably first know what a centaur is. A centaur is a creature from Greek mythology that has the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. They are typically depicted as wild and barbaric, wielding bows and arrows, and engaging in battles or other violent activities. They were seen as a symbol of the duality between civilization and nature, with their half-human, half-horse form representing the struggle between man's rational mind and his primal instincts. Centaur mythology figures prominently in many Greek legends and myths. One of the most well-known stories involving centaurs is that of the wedding of Pirithous, a human king, and Hippodamia, a daughter of Zeus. During the wedding feast, the centaurs became drunk and unruly, attempting to abduct the bride and inciting a violent skirmish. This story is often used to symbolize the tension between civilization and savagery, as well as the dangers of excessive drink and debauchery. Another famous centaur legend is that of Chiron, one of the few peaceful and wise centaurs. According to the myth, Chiron was a revered teacher and healer who mentored many famous Greek heroes, including Achilles and Jason. However, he was eventually struck with a poison arrow and could not heal himself, leading him to sacrifice his immortality in exchange for the release of Prometheus, a titan who had been punished by Zeus. Despite their enduring popularity in Greek mythology, there is no real evidence to suggest that centaurs ever existed. The idea of a creature with the body of a horse and the intelligence and personality of a human seems to be purely fictional and cannot be reconciled with our current understanding of biology and evolution. Nonetheless, the image of the centaur has captivated the imaginations of people for centuries and remains a beloved figure in mythology and fantasy literature. So now you know what a centaur is. Now imagine that, but smaller, cuter, and canine, and you should get the picture. After my initial sighting, I made it a point to keep an eye out for the Dogman pup whenever I was in the woods. You would have too. On my second sighting, I came across him playing with a group of squirrels. They seemed to be his friends, and he was content to chase them around without causing them any harm. This got me to wondering what the Dogman pup was eating, if he made friends with his potential prey. The third time I saw the Dogman pup, I noticed that he had grown stronger and more agile. He was now able to climb trees like a squirrel and jump over logs and other obstacles with ease, using his powerful legs and paws to propel himself effortlessly. As for his parents, I could only speculate as to where they might be. I always looked around for them, but I never saw any other dogmen with him ever. I suppose it's possible that they were keeping a watchful eye on him from a distance, allowing him to explore the world on his own. Or perhaps they had abandoned him altogether, leaving him to fend for himself in the wild. Whatever the case, I felt grateful to have had the chance to witness such a remarkable creature, and I vowed to always keep an eye out for him in the future. I got in the habit of making bologna sandwiches and bringing them with me on my walks. It was mainly supposed to be for the Dogman centaur, but I didn't see him for a while, so I developed a taste for plain bologna on white bread. Then one sunny day, in a meadow, under the tranquil blue sky, I noticed a cute and fuzzy creature playing joyfully. As I approached this creature, I noticed it to be the centaur Dogman puppy, and I grew excited. His body below the waist was that of a cute little puppy that wagged its tail in excitement. The puppy's hindquarters had a short, caramel-colored fur with a swishy tail. He was happily galloping around, stopping every now and then to sniff at the flowers in the field. The puppy's muscular arms and paws were covered in thick silver fur, while his head was similar to that of a silver German shepherd, sporting cute ears and a long snout. With an adorable gaze, he looked straight at me, seeming to be delighted and inviting me to play with him. The puppy was blissfully frolicking around in the meadow, wagging its tail and sniffing at everything that caught its interest. It was eagerly waiting for me to engage in playful activity, and I felt myself drawn to the creature's friendly and happy nature. Seeing a centaur Dogman puppy was a truly unique and unforgettable experience. I tossed him some of a bologna sandwich, and he caught it in his mouth. I repeated the effort, and so did he, until he had scarfed the entire thing down. I felt better knowing that he had gotten a little protein inside of him, even if he did make friends with all the small game. I began to seriously think that maybe I should bring him home. As I pondered the idea, I couldn't help but think that something was missing from my life. I craved companionship, but the thought of taking care of another living being was a daunting one. I had never owned a pet before, even a normal one. So obviously the idea of taking in a feral cryptid seemed like a huge responsibility. But after careful consideration, I realized that the pros of bringing the centaur Dogman pup home far outweigh the cons. On one hand, owning a pet brings immense joy and companionship. They become like family members, but in a good way. And the bond that we share with them is unique and unbreakable. A pet can provide us with unconditional love and support in both good times and bad. They are our loyal companions and can even improve our physical and mental health. Studies have shown that pet owners have lower blood pressure and experience less stress and anxiety. However, sharing your home with a wild baby cryptid comes with its fair share of cons, too. Taking care of it can be a handful. It requires patience and dedication, as they need to be trained and kept away from people. Owning a cryptid also means additional expenses such as food, and you need to find a veterinarian who won't report you to the feds. It can also limit your freedom as you have to be responsible for their needs at all times, unless you want them killing the neighbor's pets for food, or the neighbors. When deciding whether to take in an untrained centaur dogman as a pet, I think there are a few important factors to consider. First and foremost, you need to ensure that you have the time and resources to take care of them properly. This includes providing a safe and comfortable living environment, regular meals and exercise, and medical care when needed. You should also consider your lifestyle and whether owning a feral six-legged dog monster is feasible for you. Some pets require more time and attention than others. Ultimately, the decision to take in a feral untrained cryptid is a personal one. It's important to consider all the pros and cons and weigh them against your personal circumstances. While it may seem daunting at first, the reward of a loyal companion outweighs many challenges. For me, taking in an untrained pet was the best decision I ever made. The love and joy that they brought to my life was priceless. So for me personally, when I added up one side, it outweighed the other by a whole lot. I never thought I would be the type of person to take in a wild animal, let alone a six-legged dogman. But when I saw that cute little centaur pup frolicking around in the field, I couldn't help myself. I knew it was going to be a challenge, but I was up for it. I broke up pieces of bologna and tossed them behind me, ensuring the little monster would follow me home. As I led the puppy back to my house, I made note of the fact that its behavior was very similar to that of a regular dog. It wagged its tail excitedly, jumped up on me for attention, and licked my face lovingly. I had a new furry friend, but with a unique twist, as this puppy could stand on four legs and still use his front arms. Over the next few weeks, I learned that the puppy was also like a horse in several unexpected ways. It had a powerful gait when running, was able to kick with impressive force, and enjoyed eating from a feeding trough. It was fascinating to watch the puppy move and interact with me and the environment in ways that no other animal could. However, what was most interesting to me were the ways in which the puppy was like a human child. It had an incredibly inquisitive nature and loved exploring its surroundings, constantly asking silent questions with its big expressive eyes. It was like having a little person in the house. The puppy was also incredibly emotional and showed us happiness in ways that should be familiar to most people who've ever had a pet. It wasn't always easy. The puppy was a handful and required a lot of attention, love, and patience. However, with each passing day, I grew more and more attached to this incredible little guy. It was a never-ending experience of amusement and discovery, and the puppy never failed to amaze me with its unique personality. That centaur dogman puppy was like a dog in its loving and social behavior. It was like a horse in its impressive physical strength and agility, but also like a human child in its inquisitive emotional nature and need for care and attention. It was a journey, but one that I'm extremely grateful to have taken. One summer day, I decided to take the puppy and my neighbor's pony out for a run in the fields to burn off some energy. As soon as the puppy caught sight of that pony, it let out a happy bark and began to gallop toward it. At first I was slightly worried, as the puppy was much smaller than the pony, and I didn't want it to get hurt. However, that puppy was quick and nimble, and seemed to thrive on the competition. They started off slowly, circling each other, before breaking out into a run. The puppy managed to keep up with that pony, using its powerful hind legs to leap forward at a great speed. Its arms flailed excitedly as it sprinted alongside the larger equine. It was an impressive sight to behold, a wild dogman centaur puppy racing a pony, their manes and fur flying in the wind. with the sun reflecting off their shiny coats. The puppy was fearless, darting in and out of the pony's path with jaw-dropping agility. For a few moments they were neck and neck, but eventually, the sheer power and size of the pony took over, and it bolted ahead, leaving that puppy playing catch-up. Despite not winning the race, the puppy was overjoyed with the experience, wagging its tail furiously, panting excitedly, and barking playfully at that pony. It was amazing to see how much enjoyment and satisfaction these animals could derive from something as simple as a run through the meadows. After they had settled down, the puppy came bounding over to me, tongue lolling out of its mouth, happy and tired. It was another unforgettable experience, and one of many exciting times that I spent with this extraordinary creature. As the puppy grew bigger and stronger, I realized it was time to build a stable for it to rest in at night. I knew a regular doghouse would not be sufficient for this unique animal, so I set to work constructing a wooden stable with a fenced yard for it to play in while I was at work or away. The stable was sturdy, spacious, and had everything the puppy could need to be happy and comfortable. It had a feeding trough, a water barrel, and a soft bed filled with hay. I spent a whole weekend building this stable, and I was proud of how it turned out. However, as soon as I introduced the puppy to its new home, it became apparent that he did not like it there. Despite the comfortable bed and the numerous toys, it was clear he preferred staying by my side, inside my house. One night the puppy's discontent reached a peak. I had retired to bed, and I thought the puppy had settled in its new stable. But it wasn't long before those thoughts were interrupted by loud galloping sounds. It was the puppy who had broken out of its stable and was now running around my house. I rushed outside, only to find that the strong and determined puppy had already completely trashed that stable. As I examined the destruction, I looked up to see the puppy with its arms crossed, standing with pride and stubbornness. It was then that I realized that it was really like a human child. The puppy wanted to be indoors, which was something I had not anticipated. It was clear my construction skills were good, but my forward thinking and planning needed improvement, at least when it came to this special little guy. From then on, the stable remained empty, and the puppy stayed indoors with me at night. It was a minor adjustment for me, but after all, the puppy had brought so much joy and happiness into my life. I was eager to accommodate his wishes and create a space that he felt safe and comfortable in. It was a small price to pay for having such an extraordinary companion by my side. I kept the puppy on my property at all times, hiding him from the public, because I wasn't sure it was legal to even own him. I didn't know if his odd body type would help or hurt him in the wild, and I just wanted to make sure he got to live a full life. I didn't want him to be exploited as a freak in show business or anything like that. So I figured he was better off living in secret with me than with anyone who would treat him like a meal ticket. I tried to treat him as my friend, and that is what I thought he had become. But a dogman is still a wild animal, not a house pet, and that's even more true for a centaur dogman. As this pup grew, that became more apparent and impossible to ignore. Time went on, and it really sunk in that my little centaur pup was not exactly a normal dog. He was getting bigger and stronger, with an agility and energy that seemed almost otherworldly. Sometimes he would disappear for hours, running through the woods or chasing after some scent that only he could smell. And sometimes when he came back, he would be covered in dirt and blood, his fur matted and tangled. At first I didn't mind, though. I thought it was just part of his wild nature, and I loved him all the same. But as he grew older, things started to change. He became more aggressive, snarling and growling at strangers who came to the door, or barking ferociously at the same squirrels and birds that used to be his playmates in his youth. It got to the point where he would become aggressive with me, and look at me with eyes that were no longer friendly. I began to fear for my own safety around my own beloved friend. It broke my heart, but I knew that I could not keep the centaur dogman any longer. And so, with a heavy heart, I made the decision to let him go. I found a wildlife sanctuary that specialized in caring for Dogman, and I decided to bring him there. He had always loved riding in the car with me before, but this time he just stood there looking at me, with eyes filled with suspicion and disappointment. As I tried to get him into the back seat, he bolted and ran for the woods. He didn't look back, and I haven't seen him again. I think I cried for 10 days. My centaur Dogman is still wild and untamed, but now he is happy and free. He runs through the woods, no doubt, chasing after prey and howling at the moon. And I know that, even though I can no longer hold him in my arms, I will always have a place in my heart for the centaur Dogman. He's a nice guy, not a scutch. I'm talking about our EP Butch. Please join me in thanking Butch Rudrick for making this episode possible. Butch donated to us using our handy dandy thanks button, sending us a super thanks. He also donates in other ways and gets perks for it. You can too. My pet Dogman went feral. Dear Scary Stories NYC. I am a woman in my 40s who is only now beginning to put the pieces together from some stuff that happened to me back when I was in my 30s. I used to live with a guy that I loved, and the two of us got to keep a secret Dogman pet that nobody in the world knew about except us. It was a pretty nice life, and I miss it now. Everything fell apart after our pet Dogman went feral on me one day out of the blue. That's not to say that I blame the Dogman for the incident. I feel guilt about the entirety of this, but it takes a minute to explain it all. So grab yourselves a beverage or a bowl of popcorn and settle in. I'm gonna call my ex Brad because he was kind of buff, but also kind of nerdy, like Brad in Rocky Horror. He even wore thick frame glasses while he worked out in his personal gym room. Brad lived out in the country, but I was a city girl. I liked it that it was a bit hard for us to get together, so this way I could see other guys in addition to Brad, and not have to tell any of them about any of the others. After we had been seeing each other for almost a full year, Brad invited me to move out to live in his home. I said no right off the bat, but then he clarified that he wanted me to live there rent-free. I had been living in Green Bay, and working one job after another, with none of them leading to anything better. In fact, I was making less and working more as time went on. When Brad invited me out, he told me that he'd pay for my necessities, and if I needed spending cash, there were crappy jobs such as I was used to, within driving distance. So the money I'd been trying to subsist off of would now just be my pocket change. I started moving in before answering his question about whether I wanted to. In fact, I was asking him where I should unpack before he finished asking me if I wanted to move in. At least once I understood the terms of the arrangement. You know, I had been questioning whether I loved Brad enough to move in with him. But I no longer cared whether it was true love or not, once I got that offer. Love schmub, I was cold and hungry. Over time I got used to my new life. And by over time, I mean instantly. Brad enjoyed running errands for me and getting me treats. The house had its own movie theater in the basement, with a nice projector and surround sound. It had an outdoor jacuzzi with a roof that would put itself up with the push of a button. It was also heated in the winter and air-conditioned in the summer on that deck. Brad had a wine cellar on the same level as the movie theater. He had a chef staff on call 24/7. And my ex had some very exotic pets. There was a private zoo with creatures whose names I can't pronounce. But inside his home, he kept exotic fish, a fancy bird that talked, and, now here's the part you'll be most interested in, a dog that walked around on its hind legs like a human being. This wasn't the tallest Dogman, and it wasn't the most muscular Dogman, but it was a Dogman all right. I asked Brad straight off, "Is that a Dogman?" And he laughed and said, "Yeah, that's a Dogman. I mean, what else could it be?" The dog guy walked around the house like it was his natural habitat. He was so cute, walking around like he was Rory Calhoun or something. I made friends with him straight off. I had always heard of the Dogman, but I pictured him being a lot scarier. This guy liked to chase frisbees. He liked to catch milk-bone dog biscuits that I would throw in the air. He was like a really fun dog, but he was also like a perfect little gentleman. At least, that was my first impression of him. I hadn't seen him with a reason to be upset yet, though. Brad seemed content to feed me bonbons until I got huge, so I figured I'd get myself a little day job as an excuse not to eat the fattening food that he filled that luxury house with every waking second. I could use the extra money for my own food and makeup, plus I had never stayed with just one guy for so long before. And I was feeling kind of frisky. I knew that Brad was seeing other women back when we first started dating, so I just assumed he still was. Plus, I didn't see why he would be upset with me if I played the field. I mean, what if I found someone who would be a better provider for me, right? He wouldn't deny me that, would he? I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it all made sense to me at the time. I started seeing this guy for a while we can call Rocky. He was sort of a bad boy type. He wore leather and rode a Harley when I wasn't riding him. I think I met him at a McDonald's, so I knew from the start that he was going to be a keeper. One night when I had been partying extra hard with Rocky, I was feeling so universally friendly that I decided why not invite Rocky home to meet my sugar daddy and my sugar doggy. Again, this made lots of sense to me at the time. It didn't make sense to Brad, or to Rory Calhoun the Dogman either. When Rocky and I staggered in the front door that night, laughing hard and trying to help each other stand up, Brad threw a fit, got all moralistic on us. The guy who owned his own wine cellar was going to judge us for partying a little before we drove home. I mean, I know technically it isn't legal to do that and you could get yourself killed, but we were feeling good that night, you know? Until Brad harshed our mellow, I had never seen him get so freaked out before. He kicked Rocky and me both out, and he told me that I had to sober up before I could come back and pick my stuff up to move out. He uninvited me from staying there in my own home. From breakfast in bed to evicted, just like that. You'd have thought I punched his mother in the throat or something. So while Brad and I were yelling at each other, Rocky just drove off without me. Like I said before, Brad's house is way, way, way out of town. So I was sort of suddenly in a very bad situation. I was either going to need to borrow his car or ask for a lift if I was going to go anywhere. Things got significantly worse when that Dogman walked up behind Brad, showing me his teeth and glaring at me like he'd never seen me before. That made me feel so sad. It also made me feel very nervous, since the idea of that big, upright walking canine trailing me through that area at night was truly terrifying. In the light, he looked like a big, strong animal, but at night, with his glowing eyes, he looked like some kind of hell monster from outer space. I really messed up the day I got that Dogman sore at me. But the Dogman wasn't the only one furious at me. Brad was looking at me with hate as well. All of that, mixed with the malt liquor, got me to feeling weepy. I started crying and saying it wasn't fair, because Brad had never told me that we were supposed to be exclusive with each other. At first he was incredulous, like, how could you think I would want you living here but dating other guys? But then he remembered. It's me. So he thought maybe my head really was that far up my own behind that I would think he wanted me to date other guys. And soft-hearted Brad decided to give me one more chance. He told the Dogman to stand down, but I don't think that creature ever really did. The Dogman wanted me gone, and he felt I was a threat to his master. In some ways, The Dogman was the smartest of the three of us. Things weren't the same from then on with me and old Rory the Dogman. He would sniff me all over when I arrived, but now it felt more like I was going through a body inspection at the border or something. The smiling face he used to give me was replaced with a suspicious one, and he never relaxed when I was in the house ever again after that. This led to a tenseness among us two humans as well, although we would both deny it. Finally, Brad announced to me that he was going to take the Dogman with him on a trip up north and let me have the house to myself for a couple of weeks. That seemed like a great way for us to all let off some steam. When I went to work that morning, I knew I'd get to have the whole place to myself when I got back that night, and it felt like a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. It was becoming more uncomfortable each night with that Dogman giving me these looks and making me feel both guilty and unsafe at the same time. The idea that I could finally let my guard down and be myself after work was like an excitement injection, and I was in an awesome mood. So I went out dancing in town to celebrate, and guess who I ran into at my third or fourth bar? That's correct, my old friend Rocky. And of course I took him home with me. Or rather, I had him take me home with him, but to my place, not his. Well, to Brad's place, but Brad wasn't going to be home, and neither was the Dogman. So that made it my place for the night, and every night, of the next 2 weeks. Except when we got to the house, both Brad and his guard dog man were still inside. We never got as far as talking about why they were still there. To this day, I don't know if their ride was delayed or if the whole thing was just a trap to test how faithful I was. Well, I know it doesn't look good, but I swear I was about to make Rocky sleep on the couch. I just didn't want him to have to worry about a place to sleep that night, or something. I remember I had a noble reason for having him there, even if I can't remember specifically what that reason was exactly. Well, the thing I most feared was now coming true. The Dogman chased me back out of that house and into the dark night, out in the country. When I would stop and plead with him, he would lunge at me, so that I would run away. The creature would trot after me, holding back a bit and keeping his distance, but charging every now and then to get me to squeal and kick it back into high gear for a while. I would look back in the dark night, and even when I couldn't see the Dogman himself, I could see his eyes glowing in the pitch black. I cried like a baby, and I begged for mercy, but I knew he would see no reason to give me either. I had such a good arrangement with Brad, and I had thought that the Dogman loved me too. I could sort of understand Brad misunderstanding the situation, but it was such a miscarriage of fairness that this canine man now felt he was in a position to pass judgment on me. Aren't men supposed to look out for women? So why was I being chased by a disloyal animal through my own neighborhood, as though I had done something wrong? All I did was bring a guy home that I was partying with. It was Brad's fault, though he didn't leave the place to me the way he promised me that he would. It doesn't seem to me that I'm the one who broke a promise here. Besides, aren't dogs supposed to be our best friends? This one turned psycho on me, and as a dog, he owed me far better treatment than that. I would sometimes feed him at night, you know. And the way I see it, that means the Dogman owed me some loyalty. Instead, I had to taste his nasty dog breath on my neck, making me keep running through the darkness, crying, not even sure where I was going in the night. The ground got softer and I found it hard to walk in my party shoes. I broke a nail grabbing a tree for balance, and the Dogman's growling began to sound louder and more impatient behind me. Things were not going my way. I couldn't see any more trees around me, and it dawned on me that I was walking out into a field of some sort, when I heard what was either a cow or a bull off to my right. I realized I had walked into grassland, being grazed by huge bovines. If the Dogman or I spooked these cows, we could easily end up either trampled to death or gored alive. I looked around for the trees, hoping to retreat into them, but the night was so dark, the only things I could see were the stars and the moon up over my head. Guessing at the direction back to the woods, I took a couple of unsure steps that way, only to be met by a sudden bark from the Dogman. I could feel the ground tremble under my feet as the bovines around us in the blackness began to stampede. They shouted and moaned and whined, each one in their own way, as terror overtook the herd. Then they ran, as one. Would they run me over? Or would they run away from me? Was I safer staying put? Or should I be running for cover myself? If so, what direction should I go? In the darkness with my adrenaline pumping, I did not have the answer to any of those questions, but I knew that if I ran forward, I would run straight into the Dogman that caused this stampede. Taken over by instincts, I ran in a random direction. Well, I started to run, that is. But I stepped in a big messy pile of someone's poo, and I slid so far and fast down a wet hill of that stuff that I thought I was going tobogganing in the dark. I kept trying to get up and slipping back down again. It was a disaster of untold proportions. I smelled so bad, I had never been so humiliated, and I knew that next would come the savage attack from the Dogman. I had no doubt that this was how my life was going to end, and so I resigned myself to my fate. I decided that rather than wait for the end to come, I would get up and walk back uphill as well as I could, climbing up through the nasty smelling earth and whatever else. I climbed and hiked, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, until it dawned on me that I hadn't heard the Dogman for a while. Maybe I smelled too nasty for him to want to stick around. Maybe I was alone out there in that cow field. At least I hadn't gotten trampled to death. My hope began to return, until the dawn finally began to shed some light on the subject. Washing myself in a stream that morning, I was seen by a fisherman, who took me in and dried my clothing for me. We were instant lovers, which for some reason caused Brad and the Dogman to become even more unhappy with me. I swear I will never understand men. You try to be nice to them, but all they do is get jealous and sick their Dogman on you. Still, when I think back on those days, I feel as though those were my happiest times. In spite of the toxicity of both Brad and his animal friend, I think I would definitely give them another chance should the situation arise. Of course, I'm kind of assuming that they've grown more mature in terms of their expectations in a relationship by now. Just because someone moves in, that doesn't mean you're married to them or whatever. Also, first thing we do once I'm back in the house is take that Dogman to get some training. He needs to respond to me as his master, just the same as he would to Brad. No more chasing me into piles of cow dung at night. And no more giving me looks that make me feel guilty if I slip up and start dating other guys again. If that creature doesn't want to be my friend any more, then fine. He could be my obedient pet. He could follow the orders of his mistress. I am willing to move back in with Brad and his Dogman that I used to call Rory. But things will obviously have to change. I will need assurances that I won't be judged so harshly. And I think I know how to guarantee myself more respectful treatment, too. If I am not taken back by July 4th of this year, then on July 5th, I will release to this channel the videotape I have of Rory the Dogman walking on his hind legs and using his paws as hands, sort of. He's able to pick up many things, but his hands are really still large paws, and I couldn't exactly call them hands. At any rate, whether you understand what I mean or not, I know Brad comprehends my message. I deserve to be paid back for my suffering, and I deserve to move back to my home with my family. I also deserve an apology and lots of other things. But I'm willing to be open-minded and negotiate how much compensation would mitigate my suffering. But first and foremost on the list is that I get that Dogman retrained to be loyal to me. Otherwise, I'm going public with proof of his existence before the summer's over. That's the choice that Brad has in his lap. How do you think he should decide? What would you decide? It's amazing how complicated things got when my pet Dogman went feral. Butch Rudrick sent us a super thanks to keep us walking on our plank. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean, but it rhymes, and therefore it was exactly what needed to be said. You know, Butch Rudrick supports us in so many ways, including being a channel member and getting to see our secret uncensored stories. In this case, he sent us a super thanks donation through YouTube, and we can't thank him enough. You can donate to us in various ways, or I guess 2 or 3 ways. My Dogman pup is a champion basketball player. Dear Scary Stories NYC, I recently came across your channel and was thrilled to see that you're interested in unique stories. Well, do I have a story for you? A little while back, I acquired a puppy that could do something incredible. Not only could he walk on 2 legs, but he dominated the game of basketball like no other. His name was Buddy. In fact, it still is. And when he was a young puppy, he was absolutely amazing on the court. Buddy had a way of sneaking up on unsuspecting opponents and robbing the ball right out from underneath them. It was like he had a sixth sense for where the ball was gonna go. He would always find a way to get there first. The best part was that he did it all while walking on his hind legs. He would strut up to the ball like he owned the place, and the human players would be in disbelief at what they were seeing. This was like something out of a movie. I remember one time we were playing fetch at the park, and there was a group of teenagers who were playing a game of keep away. Buddy walked right up to them, leaped in the air over their heads, and stole the ball. The look on their faces was priceless. Needless to say, Buddy quickly became the talk of the park. People would come from all around just to watch him play. Watching him dominate a game of b-ball was truly something special. He was becoming known in the neighborhood, just north of Detroit, that we were living in at the time. One day, one guy came over to me acting all hush-hush. He told me that my dog was no ordinary dog. He insisted that I had a dangerous animal, and that the government was gonna figure that out sooner or later and take him away from me. He told me I should sell him the dog for $2,000 cash and let him handle the headaches. I thought the guy was crazy, and so I just walked away from him. But every single day after that I was outside with Buddy, this guy was there, upping his offer. When he reached 10 grand, I asked him outright why he thought a puppy was worth $10,000. He looked me right in the eye and told me that I was in possession of a Michigan Dogman. Well, that blew my mind, and I thought back on the odd circumstances that led to Buddy moving in with me. What happened was this. I had been planning this camping trip in northern Michigan for months. I wanted to disconnect from the hustle and bustle of city life and immerse myself in the tranquility of nature. What I didn't expect was the furry little surprise that greeted me on the first night of my trip. I was sitting by the campfire, enjoying the peaceful silence, when I heard some rustling in the bushes nearby. I wasn't sure what it could be, so I got up to investigate. And that's when I saw him. A small, brown, scruffy German Shepherd puppy that was somehow walking up on its hind legs. He wasn't just any ordinary puppy, that's for sure. From the moment he stepped out of the bushes on his hind legs, he strutted towards me with a pimp walk that said, "I own this place." I couldn't help but laugh as I watched him make himself comfortable in my camping chair, barking at me as if to say, "Hey, bring me some food." This little guy was adorable, with fluffy fur and big eyes that looked up at me expectantly. I couldn't help but smile as he waddled over to me, his little tail wagging excitedly. At first I figured he must belong to someone nearby, so I started calling out for his owners. Nobody responded. It was just me and this tiny puppy, alone in the wilderness. I knew I should be wary of befriending a wild animal, especially one that might have man-eating parents, but it was hard not to fall in love with this little guy. Over the next few days, I did my best to take care of the puppy. I shared my food with him, and we spent our days exploring the woods together. He was a little ball of energy, always bouncing around and licking my face. I enjoyed his company, but I knew that it was dangerous to get too close to wild animals, and I suspected that was exactly what he might be. As much as I wanted to keep him, I also knew that he needed to be with his family. I decided to leave my campsite and start looking for any signs of other dogs or people nearby. It was a risky move, but I felt it was the right thing to do. As I hiked through the wilderness, my mind raced with all sorts of possibilities. What if there were dangerous animals nearby? What if the puppy belonged to a pack of wolves or coyotes? I never imagined that a cute little puppy could be so potentially dangerous. Looking back on the experience, I realized just how fortunate I was. The dangers of befriending wild animals are real, and it's important to respect their space and boundaries. While my story seems to have a happy ending, at least so far, things could have easily gone very wrong. As my camping trip wore on, I continued to watch this little puppy as he got into all sorts of mischief. He chased after fireflies, he dug holes in the dirt, and he even tried to steal my shoes. The little guy was fearless, and I couldn't help but admire his spunk. The next morning I woke up to find the puppy curled up next to me in my tent. It was clear he had no intention of leaving my side, and I didn't really mind one bit. We spent the rest of our last day exploring the woods together. I couldn't help but laugh at how much trouble this little guy got into. He chased after squirrels, he jumped in lakes, and he even tried to chew on a dead fish that I took away from him. It wasn't long before I knew that I had to take this little guy home with me. Even though we had only spent a few days together, it felt like we had bonded in a way that couldn't be explained. When it came time to pack up my camping gear and head back home, I knew that I couldn't leave him behind. The more I thought about it, the more I thought that the mysterious stranger offering me all that money must be right. I must have a rare cryptid puppy, and I needed to face up to that fact. The sooner the better. I contacted my uncle who keeps wild animals that used to be used in scientific experiments. He's agreed to let me and Buddy stay with him so that he can study how a Dogman grows. It's all hush-hush now. He wants to wait until he has years of research to back him up before he announces to the world that the Dogman is real after all. For now, Buddy and I have our own apartment on the compound, but we are aware that eventually he might be too large and too dangerous a predator to continue to live with me as my pet. There may come a time when he needs to be given his own enclosure, and I will no longer be able to spend as much time with the guy who's become my best friend in the world. I feel good about the fact that we not only have a plan in place to keep me and Buddy together for as long as we can, but we also have contingency plans for if he becomes too dangerous to share an apartment with at some point in the future. My uncle says that may never happen. In spite of his great strength and power, the beast may develop a personality like a human being, and may never become violent. We might already have spoiled him to the point where he might never become a true hunter, and might never really be able to fend for himself in the wild, even if he grows up into being one of those 12-footers I hear about from time to time. Now, as I write this, the little puppy who once acted like he was the boss of the campsite is curled up at my feet. It's been a few months since our little adventure in the woods, but it feels like we've been together for a lifetime. I may have gone on this trip seeking solitude, but instead, I found a new best friend. Thank you for taking the time to read my story, and try to remember that every single animal you meet has a soul, just like yours. even the people who vote differently than you do. Best regards, name redacted. Scary Stories is the place to be, thanks to nice people like Chris C. Well, as good as things were going for this channel back in December, that's how cold and harsh it's gotten for us now that the weather's warming up. YouTube is back to suppressing the channel, trying to get us to quit for whatever reason that makes sense to the poor addle-brained oligarchy. We can't expect them to make sense after so many generations of inbreeding anyway, so we're just gonna have to work around them. We can't stay online without the kind help of you, our viewers. In this case, Chris C., who is a member of our channel several times over, donated even more additional funds to us using YouTube's handy-dandy thanks button, which is located under each of our YouTube videos. You can use it too. And here to explain how is our international TV spokesmongrel, Henry Lee Dogman. Hank? Thanks, Biggie. And thanks to all of you for watching this far. If you liked it, please click like. If you'd like to see more of our work, please subscribe. And also click that bell icon if you'd like to be notified when we put out a new episode. To become an executive producer, you can donate to us through the thanks button under each of our videos or through our paypal.me/PeterBernard209 page. To receive cool perks like secret uncensored Dogman episodes far too wild to ever run on this channel, you can become a YouTube channel member by clicking the join button. Or join our PayPal subscribers club at peterbernard.com. Joining either at the $3 a month level or above gets you access to our over 25 hours of secret uncensored Dogman stories available nowhere else. Do you have a scary story about Dogman or some other kind of high strangeness that happened to you? Let us know by emailing us at scarystoriesnyc@gmail.com or by leaving us a voicemail message at 804-LA-SCARY. You may need to call back on that one. It cuts off after, I think, 3 minutes. And if you don't want to do any of that stuff, thank you for simply watching to the end. Good night, and have a scary tomorrow.
Come back for more scary stories.